Chapter 237. Chi Yu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to his surroundings. Chun Xin led him directly to a conference room on the 110th floor of the Golden Grain Building. The conference room wasn't big. It looked like it could only accommodate about 10 people, but the facilities inside were very complete. Chun Xin gestured to Chi Yu to sit down and said, "Mr. Chi, please wait here for a moment. I will immediately contact the president. Once I get in touch, I will inform you. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold." This had always been Chi Yu's style of doing things. Since Chun Xin was being so polite, he naturally would not use the methods of a ruffian. He nodded and said, "Please hurry, thank you." Chun Xin left, closing the door before leaving only Chi Yu in the entire conference room. If it was any other time, waiting in such a quiet environment, Chi Yu would definitely start cultivating. Any moment was an opportunity to improve his strength. However, how could he calm his heart down now? Although he also knew that what he did just now was inappropriate. But he had no choice. He suddenly received news of his parents. How eager he was to immediately confirm the reliability of this news. At this time his emotions were mixed. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. While Chi Yu waited quietly, a group of uninvited guests came to the lobby of the Golden Grain Building. More than 20 people in repairman uniforms walked into the lobby with toolboxes in their hands. These people all looked very gloomy. Looking at the security guard who came to greet them, the leader waved his hand behind him. The group stopped. "Excuse me, are you here for maintenance?" The security guard asked politely. The leader nodded and said, "Yes. We have been notified that we are here for routine maintenance of your company's elevator." The security guard nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will immediately inform the people from the engineering department to receive you." The leader nodded. Looking at the security guard who left, he naturally put his right hand to his mouth. His calm and deep voice came through the wireless microphone. Group 1 and 2 respectively block the underground passage connecting the main building and the auxiliary building. Group 3 control the underground parking lot. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Group 4 control the main entrance. Groups 5 to 10 get ready to charge in with me. Special team, get ready. Evacuate immediately after capturing the target. No mistakes. After saying this, he led the 20 or so people behind him and walked inside. "What are you doing?" "Maintenance personnel are not allowed to enter the staff passage to take the elevator." A security guard stopped the crowd from moving forward. However, the only reply he got was a puff. The black muzzle of the silencer left a shocking mark on the security guard's chest. The receptionist, who was very close to the security guard, immediately realized that something was wrong. Cannot help but scream birth. The 20 or so people who had been working on the repair site all took out their own weapons from their toolboxes. There were long and short guns, and they suddenly formed a net of fire in the hall. Their marksmanship was extremely accurate, and the net of fire only lasted for a few moments. Apart from them, no one else was left standing in the hall. At this time, the gate had been blocked by 10 people. All of their weapons were equipped with silencers. During the massacre, they didn't even break a single poly in the hall. As if the 20 or so people they had just killed were just ants, the criminals didn't stop at all and went straight to the staff passage. As soon as they entered the elevator, they immediately pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator was very large, just enough to accommodate all of them. However, to their surprise, the button for the top floor didn't light up, and the elevator remained in place. Pursing his lips, the leader snorted. "That's all the security measures you have? Lao-san, I'll leave it to you. 20 seconds. Yes." A skinny man jumped out from behind and took off the hat on his head. It turned out to be a black man. He had a pair of very dexterous hands. He took out a strange-looking device from his toolbox and quickly connected it to the elevator. He seemed to be adjusting something through radio waves. 20 seconds passed quickly. With a soft ding, The indicator light for the 120th floor lit up. The high-speed elevator immediately took these people to the top floor. Without warning, sirens sounded throughout the entire building. After all, the Golden Grain Building was the headquarters of the Golden Grain Group, so the security measures were very good. Although these criminals moved very quickly, the cameras hidden in the corners of the hall still recorded their movements. The security guard in the surveillance room didn't act immediately. As a special forces soldier, he could see that these people were obviously extremely professional mercenaries. He first called the police, then sounded the siren in the building. All the security guards of the Golden Grain Group quickly gathered under the leadership of the security manager. They also had guns, but of course, unlike the criminals, their guns were legal. Chi Yu was sitting in the conference room when he suddenly heard the siren. He couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself, "Are they here to deal with me? No, it can't be." Liang had already made it very clear. He didn't have a real conflict with the people of the Golden Grain Building, and they wouldn't sound the alarm of the entire building just for him. It seemed that something had happened. On the 120th floor of the top floor of the Golden Grain Building, in a gorgeous office, a woman in her late 20s in a blue business suit was pointing at the whiteboard next to her and teaching an economics lesson to the girl on the sofa in front of her. If Chi Yu were here, he would definitely be surprised to recognize her. The woman giving the lesson was Yu Guan, who he had just separated from not long ago. At this time, Yu Guan had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, making her look a bit more scholarly. And sitting on the sofa in front of her was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She looked mischievous, with a pair of beautiful big eyes full of slyness. "Big sister Yu Guan, let's rest for a while, okay? I have some chocolate that Dad brought from Italy. Do you want to eat some?" The girl looked at Yu Guan with a flattering look. Yu Guan snappily said, "Ying, I've told you many times, you have to call me teacher in class. We haven't even learned for a few minutes. Why are you being naughty again? Teacher is very busy with work. If it wasn't for me owing your dad a favor, I really wouldn't have much time. Be obedient, we'll finish these lessons. Then you can go do your homework." Ying put on a pitiful look and said, "Big sister Yu Guan, if I call you teacher, wouldn't I be calling you old? Let me go. You also know that I only know 9 out of 10 things about economics. I don't understand a single thing. I'm just rotten wood. Rotten wood can't be carved, so don't make it hard for me. My dad and mom also know that I'm not made for this." Yu Guan helplessly sighed. She said, "What can we do? Who told you to be their only heir? Do you have the heart to see your dad and mom work hard for their entire life, not have anyone to inherit their business? No one is born with knowledge. As long as you are willing to learn, you will definitely be able to do it." Right at this time, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang out, scaring Yu Guan and the girl called Ying. Yu Guan's expression slightly changed. It wasn't the first time she came to the Golden Grain Building, but this was the first time she had heard this alarm. Her heart couldn't help feeling a bit suspicious. Ying and Yu Guan's reactions were completely different, as if they had discovered a new continent. "Alarm! Is there something fun going on? I'll go take a look." Saying this, she jumped up from the sofa. She turned around to run outside. "You can't go." Yu Guan quickly pulled her back. "You little girl, I really don't know why you aren't calm, like your dad at all. Stay here, I'll go take a look." As Yu Guan said this, there were already pitiful cries coming from outside, followed by the sound of gunfire. The top floor of the Golden Grain Building was the CEO's office. There were 10 security guards, but they were already fighting with the bandits. Because of the alarm, they didn't have time to prepare their weapons. For a time, there was a large net of crossfire in the corridor outside. It was a good thing that this office was very sturdy and had a bulletproof design. So even though the gunfire outside was dense, it didn't really affect the people inside. Quickly, Ying. Yu Guan was worthy of being a heroine, not panicking in the face of danger. She grabbed Ying's hand and ran inside. There was a special room inside that was also bulletproof. She ran in with Ying and immediately locked the door. Her heartbeat sped up, and Yu Guan's face turned a bit pale. Big sister Yu Guan, is there a police movie outside? It seems like gunfire. Ying curiously looked at her. Yu Guan didn't pay attention to her at this time. She quickly took out her mobile phone from her pocket. Her hand was trembling. Fortunately, Zhang Qiuxiao's phone was set to speed dial. Hello, Qiuxiao? I have an accident here. It seems that there are bandits coming. I don't know if the security outside can stop them. If something happens to me, you have to avenge me. Although Yu Guan was a strong woman, but facing the possibility of death, she was still nervous and her voice trembled. Zhang Qiuxiao on the other side was stunned when he heard Yu Guan's voice. Then he immediately reacted and said, what did you say? Where are you now? Did you call the police? Yu Guan incoherently told him where she was. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe they came to seek revenge. But the security guards must have called the police. I just don't know if I can hold on until the police come. Guan, you must hold on. Ah, you said you are in the Golden Grain Building. Qi, you can also be there. Well, don't ask these first. You stay in the CEO's office and don't move. I will contact Qi Yu immediately. Maybe he has a way. Zhang Qiuxiao immediately hung up the phone with Yu Guan and called Qi Yu. Although Zhang Qiuxiao didn't know how much ability Qi Yu had, but several contacts with Qi Yu made him understand that Qi Yu was definitely not an ordinary person. This could be easily seen from the last auction when Qi Yu was able to take out the Ice Jade Soul Ring. He just gave him the information related to Qi Yu's identity. With Qi Yu's character, he might be near the Golden Grain Building. As the saying goes, if you are sick, you will turn to any doctor. At this time, he couldn't care too much. Qi Yu heard the alarm outside, but did not leave the conference room. He just began to scan the entire building with his spiritual force. The gunshots on the 120th floor immediately attracted his attention. Just as he was wondering if he should go and see what happened, Zhang Qiuxiao's phone call came. What? You said Sister Yu Guan is up there. Well, okay, I got it. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Leave it to me. Qi Yu didn't give Zhang Qiuxiao a chance to speak. After hanging up the phone, he immediately floated out of the conference room. He didn't take the elevator because he knew that it would take a certain amount of time to wait for the elevator in a 120-story building. Moreover, the criminals were likely to have blocked the elevator. In a few seconds, Qi Yu found the stairs. He covered his body with the thundercloud force and went upstairs like a wisp of smoke. When Qi Yu was about to reach the 120th floor, he suddenly heard a loud bang. His heart suddenly tightened. In a flash, he directly hit the staircase leading to the 120th floor. Normally, there would be people guarding this place. However, the security guards were involved in the battle with the criminals. With Qi Yu's strength, it was naturally easy for him to break the door. The 120th floor was decorated very luxuriously, mainly with silver and some harmonious colors. At this time, the entire corridor was a mess. Bullet holes could be seen everywhere. There were nearly 20 corpses lying on the ground. Some were dressed as security guards, and some were dressed as maintenance workers. At the end of the corridor, a door had been blown open, and the smell of gunpowder assaulted his nostrils. A cold light flashed in Qi Yu's eyes. The next moment, his figure appeared where the door was. Tao Taro National Day Special Update. The loud noise outside caused Yu Guan and Ying's bodies to tremble at the same time. They both understood that this was the sign of the outside door being blown open. A bulletproof door could defend against bullets, but it might not be able to defend against bombs. At this time, Ying also understood that the real crisis had arrived. She was trembling in fear and hid in Yu Guan's arms. Her face was pale and she couldn't speak. With another bang and a cloud of smoke filling the air, the door to the inner room was also blown open. The leader of the criminals looked at the exploded door and couldn't help but feel a little excited. The power of the plastic bomb was really good. According to the information, The target was on the top floor. Now, only this room could be hiding someone. The police were probably coming, but what was the use? He was about to succeed. Just as he expected, as the door was blown open, 2 screams rang out at the same time. The remaining dozen criminals rushed into the room at the same time, pointing their black muzzles at the 2 women in front of them. Facing these criminals dressed as maintenance workers, Yu Guan calmed down. She was like a mother protecting her child, blocking Ying behind her. "What are you doing? Killing people in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law?" The leader of the criminals glanced at Yu Guan. The large caliber pistol in his hand was already raised. Time was pressing, and he didn't want to waste it. Sparks erupted from the barrel of the gun. Under the effect of the silencer, a penetrating, armor-piercing bullet shot out of the barrel and went straight for Yu Xiang's heart. When Yu Guan heard the gunshot, she had already subconsciously closed her eyes. She knew that she was finished. Hey, why doesn't it hurt? Could it be that people don't feel anything when they die? Yu Guan subconsciously opened her eyes. She suddenly found that she didn't know when there was another person in front of her. His tall back looked so imposing with broad shoulders. Black clothes and white hair, they were all so familiar. Qiyu, it was Qiyu. Among the people that Yu Guan knew, only Qiyu was like this. "Qiyu, you!" Yes, at that critical moment, Qiyu finally arrived. When he rushed into the room, the bullet had already been fired. There was no other way. Qiyu could only rely on his extraordinary speed, using his tall body to block in front of Yu Guan. Qiyu's cold voice sounded, "Sister Yu Guan, don't move. Close your eyes." She didn't know why, but Qiyu's commanding tone sounded so beautiful in Yu Guan's ears. She turned around, hugged Ying into her arms, and subconsciously closed her eyes. Qiyu coldly looked at the leader of the criminals in front of him, and the other party also looked at him in surprise. Using his body to block a bullet, was he still human? Moreover, it was loaded in his magazine. But armor-piercing bullets. A small round hole appeared in Qiyu's black shirt, revealing the bronze skin inside. Without a bulletproof vest, even if it was a bulletproof vest, as long as it wasn't a high-tech product, it couldn't block a copper-core armor-piercing bullet. However, the white-haired man in front of him did it. With a soft sound, a bullet turned into a piece of iron slipped from Qiyu's shirt and fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because of the excessive tension. All the criminals pulled the trigger of the guns in their hands almost at the same time. For a moment, the whole room was suddenly filled with gunshots. Even with a silencer, the sound of the bullets was still so clear in the room. Qiyu didn't move because he couldn't move. Behind him was Yu Guan. A silver light appeared in front of him without warning, the faint light condensing into a circular shield. The shield was very large, with Qiyu as the center, completely protecting the surrounding area of several square meters. No matter what kind of bullets, when they bombarded the thin silver shield, they could only create a faint circle of ripples, but there was no possibility of them penetrating it. A trace of killing intent flashed in Qiyu's eyes, although he was not willing to use his ability on ordinary people. These ordinary people in front of him had already threatened his friends. Yu Guan was not only Zhang Jiuxiao's fiancé, but also an employee of Kirin Group. Moreover, these criminals had already killed so many people. Would Qiyu hesitate to kill? Of course not. A cold snort came out of Qiyu's mouth. Kirin's aura surged with the incomparable gunshots, and the huge pressure caused the gunshots to stop abruptly. The criminals all looked at Qiyu with pale faces, including the leader. They couldn't even say a word. They were indeed professional mercenaries, but unfortunately, they were too unlucky today. Just as they were about to achieve their goal, they had encountered Qiyu. A white light floated up from Qiyu's head. It was a strand of hair. Under the exquisite control of Qiyu's thundercloud force, the strand of white hair instantly split into more than 10 pieces in the air. In the next moment, they had already sunk in between the eyebrows of the criminals in front of them. looking at the shocked faces of the criminals who had already lost all signs of life and fallen to the ground. The light in Chi Yu's eyes became even colder. Even the young talents of the 4 great families of the East could not withstand his hair, let alone these ordinary people. Were their skulls very hard? In front of Kirin's white hair that was filled with thundercloud force, it did not have the slightest effect. The way these criminals died was the same. Their brains were instantly pierced, and Kirin's thundercloud force completely broke the nerves in their brains. It seemed to be the most complete way to die, and also the fastest way to die. The cold lines on his face gradually softened. Chi Yu naturally did not care about killing a few people. He turned around to face Yu Guan. "All right, it's fine now. Sister Yu Guan, are you injured?" Ying's head popped out from behind Yu Guan's shoulder. She looked at Chi Yu with curiosity and worship. "Ah, did you subdue them?" Looking at this little girl, Chi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes of this girl in front of him were so clear, and what surprised him even more was that this girl actually gave him a strong electric shock. This was not the feeling between a man and a woman, but an indescribable feeling. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long, long time. Yu Guan's stiff body slowly turned around. When she saw the fallen criminals, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "Heavens! Chi Yu, did you defeat all of them?" Chi Yu smiled slightly and said, "Sister Yu Guan, did you forget? I am Ryue's bodyguard. If I don't have some ability, how can I protect Ryue?" Yu Guan let out a big sigh of relief. She and Ying did not see that the criminals on the ground had already lost their lives. At this moment, the entire building was surrounded by continuous gunshots. The police had actually been here for a while, but they encountered the stubborn resistance of the criminals. They simply could not rush in. "Chi Yu, you're injured." Yu Guan suddenly saw the bullet hole in Chi Yu's shirt. She suddenly remembered the scene where she thought she was dead when the criminal fired the gun. It wasn't that the bullet didn't bring her pain, but the man in front of her used his own body to block the bullet. Look at the location of the bullet hole on his body, combined with the height difference between her and Chi Yu. If the bullet was fired, then the result would be her heart being pierced. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of gratitude. She took a step forward and raised her hand to touch the bullet hole in Chi Yu's shirt. Chi Yu took a step back and avoided Yu Guan's hand. He did not want to be misunderstood by Zhang Qiuxiao. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've always had rough skin and thick flesh. Let's get out of here first. It's a mess here." As he spoke, Chi Yu turned and walked outside. Ying looked at Chi Yu's back and then looked at Yu Guan beside her. She asked in a low voice, "Sister Yu Guan, is he Superman?" Yu Guan's expression was a bit blank. "I don't know if he is Superman or not. I only know that he saved our lives." Chi Yu stood at the door, waiting for Yu Guan to come out, holding Ying's hand before he said, "Sister Yu Guan, you should thank Big Brother Qiuxiao. If it wasn't for him notifying me in time, I wouldn't have been able to coincidentally come and save you. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do." Yu Guan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Even if you want me to thank you, I don't know what to thank you with. How about I repay you with my body?" Chi Yu was shocked. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Please don't. I don't want Big Brother Qiuxiao to fight me." Yu Guan looked at Chi Yu's panicked appearance and couldn't help giggling. "Fine. I'll give you my life anyways in Kirin Group. Where do we go now? There's still gunshots outside. I'm afraid it's not safe yet. If my guess isn't wrong, these criminals are here for Ying. After all, she is Chairman Chi's only daughter." Hearing Yu Guan's last words, the muscles on Chi Yu's face slightly trembled. So this girl was Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiaojia's daughter. If they were really his parents, then wouldn't she be his little sister? Could all of this be true? Otherwise, why did he have such a strong feeling when he saw her for the first time? Deeply looking at Chi Ying, Chi Yu suppressed the emotional fluctuations in his heart and said, "No matter what danger there is, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Come with me. Chi Yu brought the two girls up the stairs and returned to the meeting room he had just rested in on the 110th floor. After closing the door, Chi Yu said, "It's a lot cleaner here. Miss Chi, do your family have a lot of enemies?" Chi Ying looked at Chi Yu curiously, just like how Chi Yu had a special feeling. Although she didn't have as sensitive a spiritual power as Chi Yu, she vaguely felt that the tall young man in front of her was full of friendly feelings. Enemies? We don't have enemies. I don't know. Your name is Chi Yu, right? That name sounds familiar. Chi Ying looked at Chi Yu thoughtfully. Chi Yu felt a slight pain in his heart, as he became more and more convinced that the information Zhang Xiaoxiao gave him was indeed his real identity. The uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. In addition to desire, there was also a bit of fear. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that his guess was wrong, he didn't want to suffer the pain of losing what he had gained. So he kept convincing himself, telling himself that all of this was just a fantasy. It wasn't real. Ah, I remember now. Mom and Dad said that I used to have a brother named Chi Yu. But these years, it seems that many people say that he is my brother. Is it the same for you? Perhaps because Qi Tianlei and Ying Xiao Dai were too protective of their daughter. Qi Ying, who didn't have much contact with society, looked particularly innocent. Qi Yu smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "I don't know. I can only be sure after I meet your parents. Now that it's safe here, you guys rest here, I'll go out and have a look." The gunfight outside was not over yet, and he still had a lot of things to deal with. He didn't want to wait any longer and rely on the power of the police. As the owner of the Diamond Guardian Medal, it was his duty to fight for the country and eliminate the criminals. "Chi Yu, don't go," Yu Guan exclaimed. Chi Yu was stunned, looked back at her and said, "Is there anything else?" Yu Guan's pretty face blushed and she stammered, If you leave, what if the bad guys come again?" Chi Yu shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen. I've already checked just now. The criminals who really went upstairs have all been killed. The rest of the criminals are dealing with the police downstairs. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Of course, he wouldn't tell Yu Guan that his psychic power was more accurate than radar. Moreover, when he left, he deliberately used his psychic power to connect with Yu Guan and Qi Ying. As long as there was a problem on their side, Chi Yu could rush over in the shortest time possible. Outside the conference room, Chi Yu calmed himself down, and the coldness reappeared on his face. He still didn't take the elevator, and his smoke-like figure floated into the corridor. Li Yang was furious. After receiving the report, he immediately returned to the Golden Grain building with a large number of police officers. Of course, he knew that this couldn't have been caused by Chi Yu, but the number of criminals and the fierceness of the firepower far exceeded his expectations. There were more than 100 of these criminals, and they were also equipped with high-specification weapons of mass destruction such as rocket launchers. After all, the number of police officers was limited, and the number of people gathered here in such a short time was not even as many as the number of people on the other side. Moreover, the powerful firepower of the criminals had caused them a lot of damage. Although he had asked the higher-ups for the deployment of the armed police force, it was obvious that the criminals had already occupied the entire building. After all, there were a lot of employees in the Golden Grain building. Once the other side took these employees as hostages, it would be a serious problem. Such a huge number of casualties in the city was definitely a great shame for the police. Tao Taro National Day Special Update. Chapter 238. It was him. Li Yang was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Chi Yu had subdued him in an instant. With this person with the Diamond Protection Medal, no matter how many criminals there were, they might not be able to pose a threat to him. He immediately ordered the police to cease fire and quickly retreated to the side with their pistols, which were far weaker than the criminals' firepower. At that moment, Chi Yu had already appeared in the lobby of the Golden Grain building. Not long ago, he had been trapped here thousands of miles away. Now, the place had become a battlefield of carnage. At least dozens of employees of the Golden Grain Building had lost their lives. The criminals were using all kinds of weapons to guard every entrance to the building. Chi Yu's sudden appearance did not attract much attention. When the criminals noticed him, Chi Yu had already made his move. He did not use his hair, which was not his real weapon after all. An illusory figure shuttled back and forth in the lobby like a ghost. Everywhere he went, the criminals did not even have a chance to react before they fell to the ground. All the criminals were attacked at the same place. Chi Yu did not want to dirty his hands with the blood of these people, so he just touched their foreheads from afar. The next moment, the criminals had already fallen to the ground. Although there were no injuries on the surface, from the way they were bleeding from their orifices, it was obvious that their brains had been shaken into paste by Chi Yu's energy. It only took Chi Yu 10 seconds to kill all the criminals in the lobby. Li Yang's voice rang in his head again. This time, it was Chi Yu telling him. The criminals in the lobby had been killed. The remaining criminals were in the underground parking lot. Li Yang commanded the police to quickly rush into the building to clean up the mess. It only took Chi Yu a few minutes to clean up the underground parking lot. He was not a homicidal maniac. The criminals in the underground parking lot. He left 3 people alive, because he knew that the attack on the Golden Grain Building was obviously premeditated. Although these criminals might not say anything, leaving a few alive should be useful to the police. As for other things, he didn't need to worry about it. By the time Chi Yu returned to the main hall, the armed police had already arrived. The moment the armed police saw Chi Yu, they immediately rushed over. Instantly, dozens of guns were aimed at his body. "Don't move." Chi Yu stood still and quietly looked at the armed police around him. He did not wait for him to speak. Liang ran over from the side. "Stop, he's one of us." Only then did the armed police put down their guns and continue their work. Liang quickly came to Chi Yu's side and took a deep look at Sun Yan, whose body was not stained with even a trace of blood. He could not help but reveal a deep fear in his eyes. There were close to 50 criminals in the hall. None of them were alive, and they all died the same way. The man in front of him was too scary. If he wanted to kill him because of Shangbing, it would be no different from killing these people in front of him. Looking at the cold aura emanating from Chi Yu, Li Yang's respect and fear for him increased by several times. So ruthless. Not a single person was left alive. "How did you do it in such a short time?" Liang asked in a low voice. Chi Yu pointed down and said, "I left 3 alive for you in the underground parking lot. Whether or not you can track down the instigator will depend on your ability. Do you think I need to leave these criminals alive? You have to be interrogated and go through a lot of procedures. The final result will be the same. I'm just saving you some resources." Liang smiled bitterly and said, "It's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't acted in time, we don't know how big our losses would have been. If the other party had taken a large number of employees in the building as hostages, I'm afraid this terrorist attack would have immediately become an international topic. How do you want me to thank you?" Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, "You don't need to thank me. Don't forget, I'm the owner of the Diamond Guardian Medal. It's my duty to do things for the country. It's just bad luck for these criminals." Liang also smiled. Indeed, these criminals were really unlucky to have encountered a devil like Chi Yu. Although the matter had been solved, his mood was not good. Just on this floor alone, dozens of employees of the Golden Grain Building had died a violent death, and the situation upstairs was still unknown. With such a big thing happening, perhaps even the leaders of the country would be shaken by it. It seemed that the police were going to be shaken again. After bidding farewell to Li Yang, Chi Yu returned to the 110th floor. Just as he said, he didn't let Yu Guan and Qi Inying wait for too long. "Ah, you're back." Yu Guan saw Chi Yu as if he had found a life-saving straw. Chi Yu smiled and said, "The alarm has been lifted. The criminals have been taken care of. What are you going to do now?" Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What else can we do?" "Wait for the statement to be taken. With such a big thing happening suddenly, I'm afraid the Golden Grain Group is in big trouble. I really can't figure out who has such a big hatred for the Golden Grain Group." After all, Qi Tianlei was a well-known philanthropist. There were dozens of funds that he had set up to repay the society. Such a good person was actually schemed against like this. These bastards really deserve to die. Qi Yu glanced at Qi Yingying next to him and said, "Those who deserve to die definitely won't live." Yu Guan smiled and said, "That's true. Armed robbery and murder are crimes enough to execute them." She still didn't know that Qi Yu had already represented the country in enforcing the law. The armed police quickly searched the floor, and under their protection, Qi Yingying and Yu Guan were taken downstairs together. Qi Yu also followed them downstairs. As he walked, he thought to himself that with such a big thing happening, Qi Tianlei and Ning Xiaodai would probably have to come out. After all, so many employees had died, and they had been attacked by criminals. They had to give their employees an explanation. When they came downstairs again, the number of police officers had doubled. Even the special police force had been sent. The employees in the Golden Grain Group were confined to the building and were not allowed to leave for the time being. The police were quickly investigating. They were also searching the building to see if there were any people who had escaped. Qi Yu stood leisurely on the side and waited quietly. He leaned against the wall and waited quietly. With Li Yang's guarantee, no one would come to make things difficult for him. He knew that this was not a small matter, so he called Yan Huanghun's Tianhun and told him everything that had happened here. He also told Tianhun what he had done. Tianhun asked Qi Yu to wait here for the time being and immediately ask for instructions from his superiors. After the police investigation, there were more than 200 dead people at the scene. More than 100 of them were criminals, and 87 employees of the Golden Grain Group had died. None of them were injured, which showed how cruel and merciless the criminals were. A total of 200 people had died. In the past 10 years of the Yanhuang Republic, there had never been such a vicious incident in the city. For a moment, it shocked the entire capital. Qi Yu was still waiting. An hour had passed. Of course, he was not waiting for Tianhun and the others. He could not participate in the aftermath of such a vicious incident. While Qi Yu was waiting in boredom, Qi Yingying and Yu Guan had already finished recording their statements. Qi Yingying's face was very ugly at this time. After all, looking at the corpses covered in white cloth in the hall, she felt like vomiting. Looking at Qi Yingying's pale face, Qi Yu couldn't help but feel distressed. He walked up to her and said, "Miss Qi, it has already happened. Don't think too much about it. The police and your parents will take care of these things." Qi Yingying was about to cry as she said, "But so many people died. Many of them were our company's outstanding employees. They came here to work overtime today, but just like this." Qi Yu let out a light sigh and said, "This is something that no one expected. I should have known. I should have stayed in the hall before, and there wouldn't have been such a big loss." Indeed, if it wasn't for the CEO's first secretary Chen Xian bringing him to the meeting room on the 110th floor, with Qi Yu in the hall, those criminals wouldn't have been able to do anything. Yu Guan hugged Yingying's shoulder and said, "Everything is over. I believe your father will definitely be able to take care of this matter." Yingying nodded and said, "Father should have already received the news and will quickly rush over." Such a disastrous terrorist attack this time had the greatest impact on father and mother. After all, Jingu is the same as me in their hearts, just like a child. Moreover, it would be hard to explain to the board of directors. At this moment, there was a harsh sound of brakes outside the door. Qi Yu's heart moved. He had already felt something. He was very knowledgeable about cars, and the sound of brakes outside could only be made by high-grade tires. It was obviously not a police car. A police car would not have such a grade of tires. Could it be that they came? Without waiting for Qi Yu to think too much, The police surrounding the Jingu building had already made way, and a group of 7 people came in from the outside. The person in the lead, wearing a black suit, was tall and slightly thin, frowned, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. Even his footsteps looked a little weak, and it was obvious that his mood was extremely complicated. Beside this handsome middle-aged man was a middle-aged, beautiful woman. Her white dress made her look more noble, and there was also a deep worry in her eyes. The other 5 people followed behind them, and they were obviously not the main characters. Dad, Mom. Chi Ying cheered and fiercely ran towards the middle-aged man and woman. The previous fright seemed to have been completely vented at this moment. Tears flowed out of her eyes, and she directly threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged woman. Chi Yu's whole body trembled slightly. Are they Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiao Dai? The illusion created by Xuan Yuan's soul flashed in Chi Yu's mind. It really is them, although they looked a little more vicissitudes of life. But the couple in front of him, weren't they the ones he saw in the illusion? They really are my parents. Although there was no scientific basis, Chi Yu was extremely excited at this time. His eyes flashed, and for a moment he was a little dazed. Ying Xiao Dai hugged her daughter and looked up and down at the crying Chi Ying. Baby, are you okay? Don't scare Mom. Chi Ying just kept crying and threw herself into her mother's arms. She felt a lot warmer. Chi Tianlei, on the other hand, was calmer. His eyes only glanced at his daughter and then turned to the corpses in the hall. Heavy emotions were constantly being expressed from his body. Taking a deep breath, Chi Tianlei forced himself to calm the sadness in his heart and walked to the center of the hall. At this time, a large number of Golden Grain Group employees had gathered around the hall, and outside the door, the reporters who had received the news were stopped by the police. However, flashes were flashing one after another. Such big news, the media would not let it go. Chi Tianlei's eyes swept across the employees. Seeing their fear, panic, and sadness, Chi Tianlei could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. After a simple preparation, he spoke. First of all, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect that our Golden Grain Group would be attacked by terrorists. However, I believe that the police will definitely find the mastermind and give our Golden Grain Group an explanation. Apart from such a big matter, I am responsible for the group. However, now is not the time to be sad. The first thing we have to do is to deal with all the aftermath. Here, I announce on behalf of the Golden Grain Group's Board of Directors, for all the employees who died in this incident, all the funeral expenses will be fully covered by the company. It will also be appropriate to deal with the aftermath as if they died in the line of duty. According to the calculation of work-related injuries, with the benefits of Golden Grain Group, each employee here would receive at least 1 million RMB in compensation. Speaking up to this point, Chi Tianlei paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, I also represent myself to take out 100 million renminbi from my personal assets as compensation for the family members of the employees. As long as the family members of these deceased employees are willing, their immediate family members can choose one to work in the company. There will be no performance assessment within 3 years. If the children of the deceased employees have no place to take care of them, the company will deal with the aftermath. The specifics will be arranged by the charity foundation under my name. Here, in front of all the deceased employees, I swear that I will do 2 things. First, I will find the culprit and avenge you. Secondly, I will take care of your funeral matters properly. Special update on Tao Taro's National Day. Chi Tianlei's eyes were already red, and he could no longer speak. He stood there silently, took off his suit jacket, and covered the body of the closest employee. Silence. The entire place fell into silence. Even the police officers who were taking notes at the side were quiet. After a brief moment of silence, the light in the eyes of the Golden Grain Group's employees gradually began to change. No one knew who was the first to applaud, but gradually the applause spread, and the entire Golden Grain Group's lobby was filled with enthusiastic applause. The applause and the dead bodies on the ground formed a sharp contrast. Even the reporters outside could not suppress their admiration for Qi Tianlei's decision, and subconsciously followed the people in the building to applaud. Qi Tianlei raised his hands, and the applause gradually stopped. There's nothing to applaud. Working in Golden Grain Group, but they lost their lives. All the responsibility for this is on me. Don't worry, from now on, I will do my best to strengthen the company's security measures. If I can't give everyone a safe working environment, I might as well quit my position as the chairman of the board of directors and the group's CEO. All right, I will stop here now. Everything I said just now, the company will definitely do. Secretary Zhao, you will cooperate with the police to deal with the aftermath. Qi Tianlei's face was very ugly. After saying this, he walked to the elevator inside. The 5 people who came in with Qi Tianlei before crowded around Ing Xiaodai and Qi Yingying and hurriedly followed. Looking at Qi Tianlei's somewhat desolate back, Qi Yu's eyes became a little hazy and faint tears flickered in his eyes. This is what a man should be. His father is such a person. Is there anything more perfect than this? Although he knew that it was not the right time, Qi Yu still couldn't help but follow him. Yu Guan felt that Qi Yu's mood was a little strange, so she hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, Qi Yu, what are you going to do? Zhang Qiuxiao did not tell her about Qi Yu's background. After all, this was Qi Yu's private matter. Without his permission, Zhang Qiuxiao, who had always been cautious, still had a sense of propriety. Qi Yu looked at Yu Guan and said, Sister Yu Guan, you come with me. You'll know what I'm going to do later. Yu Guan seemed to have understood something. She understood that Qi Yu suddenly appeared in the Golden Valley Group's headquarters. Obviously, there was something going on. From the strange look he gave Qi Tianlei and his wife, it was obvious that what he wanted to do was related to the president and his wife. At this time, Qi Tianlei's mood was abnormally sad. Suddenly being disturbed, he couldn't help but raise his head in anger, and just happened to meet Qi Yu's reddish eyes. Seeing Qi Yu's eyes, Qi Tianlei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was not because of the redness in Qi Yu's eyes, but because he seemed to see his younger self in Qi Yu's firm eyes. Just as he was hesitating, Qi Yu and Yu Guan had already walked into the elevator. Qi Tianlei's 5 subordinates blocked in front of Qi Tianlei almost at the same time. From their bodies, Qi Yu could even feel energy fluctuations. Ah, Mom, I was too busy crying and forgot to introduce you. It was this brother Qi who saved my life just now. If it wasn't for him, I would have died. If not for him, our company's losses this time would be even greater. Qi Yingying's voice helped Qi Yu out of trouble. Qi Tianlei waved his hand, motioning for his subordinates to step back. Looking at the somewhat familiar young man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little curious, and the expression on his face softened a little. So it was Mr. Qi who saved my daughter. Tianlei, thank you for your help. As he said that, he took the initiative to bow to Qi Yu. How could Qi Yu accept his bow? He quickly stepped aside and said, Mr. Qi, it was just a coincidence. I don't deserve your thanks. Qi Tianlei raised his head. At this moment, Ing Xiaodia's eyes also fell on Qi Yu. Just like Qi Tianlei, she seemed to feel something from Qi Yu, but for a moment she couldn't tell what it was. The elevator pressed the 120th floor button, and Qi Tianlei asked Qi Yu, Mr. Qi's surname is also Qi. Are you from the police? Qi Yu shook his head and said, No, I'm not from the police. This time I'm not here because of those gangsters. Yu Guan took advantage of this time to say, Uncle Qi, let me introduce you. This is the president of our Kirin group, Qi Yu. Hearing the 2 words Qi Yu, Qi Tianlei and Ing Xiaojia's body shook at the same time, and the look they gave to Qi Yu suddenly became a lot sharper. Qi Yu's eyes showed a trace of self-mockery. You must be very familiar with this name. It is because of this name that I came here. The people we are looking for are also you. Qi Tianlei and Ing Xiaodai looked at each other, and the strange feeling in their hearts disappeared at the same time. Looking at the tall, white-haired Chiyu in front of them, the two hesitated. Over the years, there were too many people who pretended to be their own sons. Although it was a pain in their hearts forever, they absolutely didn't want to be deceived, especially this kind of emotional deception, which was even more intolerable to them. Before Chi Tianlei and his wife could speak, Chiyu had already taken the initiative to say, "I know it's a little hard to believe. In fact, even I don't know if it's true. I once had a dream. In that dream, I saw a couple. I remember very clearly that the husband of the couple once said such a sentence after their child was born, and this sentence is the origin of their child's name. He said that our child will be the mountain of the Qi family. Let's call him Chiyu." After Chiyu said this, Ing Shao Dai was completely stunned, while Chi Tianlei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Ignoring the people around him, he suddenly took a step in front of Chiyu and tightly grasped his shoulders with both hands. "Tell me, who sent you here? How do you know all this?" Chi Tianlei's hands were very strong, and feeling the heat from his palms, a feeling of a blood connection made Chiyu's heart tremble violently. Although it had not been scientifically verified, how could the blood connection between father and son be fake? Chiyu's mental strength constantly produced violent fluctuations. Looking at Chi Tianlei, his eyes were already wet. His throat seemed to have something stuck, and he couldn't say a word. Chi Tianlei shook Chiyu a few times, and his agitated emotions gradually calmed down. "I don't believe it. My son is already dead. You can't be him, no, absolutely not." Chiyu raised his right hand and blocked Chi Tianlei's hands. Although Chi Tianlei's grip was very strong, Chiyu's right arm was Kirin's arm. How could Chi Tianlei contend against that kind of power? Quietly looking at the somewhat old man in front of him, Chiyu said lightly, "If you think I'm here to plot against your property, then I have nothing to say. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you today. Mr. Chi, let's not talk about anything else. I have a lot of things to deal with myself, so goodbye. However, you'd better carefully investigate who mobilized the mercenaries to carry out the terrorist attack this time. Otherwise, if there's a first time, there will definitely be a second time." With a soft ding sound, the elevator door opened. They had arrived at the 120th floor. Chi Yu pulled Yuguan out. Looking at the mess on the 120th floor, the light in his eyes became more indifferent. Without looking at Ing Shao Dai and Chi Tianlei again, he took Yuguan directly to the stairs. "Chiyu, are you crazy? This is the 120th floor." Yuguan, who was wearing high heels, followed behind Chiyu and shouted with some dissatisfaction. Chiyu stopped but did not look back. "If you feel tired, I can carry you down. How about it?" Yuguan was stunned for a moment and carefully asked, "Uncle Chi and Anning are really your—" "Don't ask." Chiyu threw down these 3 words and walked down with large strides. Yuguan stopped in place, his eyes full of disbelief. "Oh my God, is all this true? Chiyu is not the kind of person who pretends to seek property. If this is true, then— Chiyu, wait." As she said this, she hurriedly chased after him. Chiyu left, and Chi Tianlei stood in his office, his whole person in silence. Ing Shao Dai handed her daughter to the care of her subordinates, came to her husband's side, and pressed her husband's shoulder. This time, could it be true? Chi Tianlei turned his head to look at his wife, a trace of pain in his eyes. "I don't know, I really don't know, but I can't believe it." Ing Shao Dai sighed. "But in your heart, you already believe it, don't you?" Chi Tianlei was stunned. "Why do you say that? You really know me." Ing Shao Dai smiled bitterly. "It is not because I know you, but because I already believe it." "Ah, you also believe it is true?" Chi Tianlei looked at his wife in surprise. Ing Shao Dai said, "Don't you feel that there is something different about him? Although there have been many people who have come before, and some of them even have a 90% resemblance to you. But which one of them could give us such a familiar and intimate feeling like this child just now? I can see that he is not the kind of person who tries to seize our property. You also heard what Guan Guan said. He is also the CEO of a group. Qi Tianlei shook his head. But I have to be careful. Ing Xiaodia's eyes flashed. I have a way. Qi Tianlei hurriedly asked, what way? Although he could be said to be a genius in business, Ing Xiaodai was the person he admired the most. At least in terms of intelligence, he admitted that he was far inferior to his wife. Without his wife's help, the Golden Grain Group would not have reached its current scale. Ing Xiaodai smiled and said, isn't that simple? We will now announce our will to the public, leaving all our assets to Yingying. If under such circumstances he is still willing to recognize us, then it can't be fake. Moreover, it also proves that he is not a greedy person. Qi Tianlei frowned. But I still feel that something is wrong. I can see from his eyes that he is a very stubborn child. Let's go to the conference room below. The police should already be here. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. After all, since the child has appeared in front of us, it is impossible for him to disappear. The husband and wife, surrounded by their subordinates, arrived at the big conference room on the 119th floor. Sure enough, at this time, the higher-ups of the police had already arrived. There were a total of 3 people. One was the chief of the Beijing Police Department. The other 2 were the deputy chief in charge of criminal investigation. And the last one was Liang. With Li Yang's rank, it was impossible for him to come up with the chief. But after all, he was the leader of the police force this time, so he was brought up by the chief. Qi Tianlei and the police chief were obviously old acquaintances. He walked to the main seat, sat down, and said, Chief Zhang, what's going on? Do you have any clues? Chief Zhang said, Old Qi, I know that you don't feel good about the death of so many people, but how can I feel good? With such a big thing happening in the capital, I'm afraid that my punishment will not be light. Now that the confession is still being recorded, I have a general understanding of the situation. Let's put aside the other things first and analyze who is most likely the mastermind. According to our analysis, this group of criminals is likely to want to kidnap Yingying, and the purpose of the kidnapping is nothing more than to threaten you, ask for money, or have some special request. I don't think it is very likely to ask for money. After all, the money needed to mobilize so many mercenaries is definitely a large number. Since they already have so much money, why would they want to kidnap your daughter? Therefore, I think this mastermind must have something to do with you. You have to think about it carefully. Do you have any enemies or people who have a big conflict of interest? Liang, tell CEO Qi the specific details of this terrorist attack. Liang nodded and said, Hello, CEO Qi. Here's the thing. Today, we received a report from your group that someone came to the group to cause trouble, so I brought my men here. When I saw the troublemaker in the hall, I found that his identity is very special and I know him before. With my authority, it is impossible to arrest him. At the same time, I don't have the ability to do so. I don't know if you have noticed this person, but he has long white hair. His name is Chiyu. He seems to have come to the Golden Valley Group to look for you. Because he didn't see you, he sat in the hall and refused to leave. Chapter 239. Li Yang continued, When I found out it was him, I had to leave your company. However, not long after we left, we received another report. By this time, the criminals had entered the Golden Grain building and launched a full-scale operation. I immediately contacted the nearest police force and reported it to the higher-ups. Then I rushed over. When we arrived at the Golden Grain Plaza, we found that the bandits were really strong. They had a lot of powerful weapons. At the beginning of the battle, we suffered a lot of casualties. They even had a rocket launcher, a weapon of mass destruction. Since we couldn't suppress them with our firepower, we could only confront them and wait for reinforcements. At this time, I received Chi Yu's instructions. In less than a minute, Chi Yu led us into the building. By this time, he had taken care of all the criminals in the building. Then he went to the underground garage and took care of all the criminals there. Therefore, although we lost a lot in this incident, we didn't really contribute much. Qi Tianlei was shocked. You mean all the criminals were taken care of by that young man named Chiyu? How is that possible? He's just one person, while the other side had hundreds of heavily armed criminals. Li Yang smiled bitterly. Of course not for ordinary people. But Chiyu isn't an ordinary person. I think it's very possible that anything could happen to him. Chi Tianlei's eyes flashed. He looked at the police chief. Chief Zhang, is he a member of the soul of Yanhuang? As one of the richest people in the Yanhuang Republic, Chi Tianlei knew a lot of things. Chief Zhang's expression changed. He waved his hand at Chi Tianlei. No, we're all on the same side. I'm not afraid to tell you that we don't have any files on this young man named Chiyu. We don't have any files on this young man named Chiyu. No one knows his real identity, but he's highly regarded by the higher-ups. At the same time, he also has the Diamond Guardian Medal, which symbolizes the highest authority. He's under the direct command of the chairman. Even the state council doesn't have the right to order him. What did you say? Chi Tianlei jumped to his feet. At this time his heart was full of mixed emotions. The light in his eyes was also a little shocked. Directly under the command of the chairman? What kind of status was that? Not even the State Department has the authority to order it. For a country, such an identity could even be described as a guest. Could it be that he had a transcendent identity? Killing more than 100 criminals by himself, he could only be described as Superman. Li Yang continued, Our forensic doctor has already examined it. Other than the criminals in your office whose cause of death was unknown, the other criminals did not have any injuries on the surface, but their brains were shaken into paste by a strange force, and they died in a state of brain death. The time taken for this to happen was very short. It's so short that we can't even estimate it. As for the criminals up there, they seem to be brain dead. It's just that we haven't found out the specific reason yet. I know how those people up there died, Chi Ying suddenly said. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention to her. After all, Chi Ying was Chi Tianlei's daughter. She had seen much of the world since she was a child. I was protected by Sister Yu Guan behind me. Sister Yu Guan was scared. There were at least a dozen gunmen pointing their guns at us. One of the criminals suddenly fired a shot at Sister Yu Guan. At that time, my mind was blank, and I really thought that Sister Yu Guan was going to die. Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodia's attention was completely attracted by their daughter's words. They couldn't help but feel grateful to Yu Guan. She was really a good girl to protect her daughter in that kind of situation. Chi Ying continued, at this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Sister Yu Guan along with the sound of a gunshot. I think I only heard a puff sound. That person actually used his own body to block the bullet. And he was Chiyu. Ying Xiaodai let out a soft cry. Although she knew that Chiyu was fine, she couldn't help but feel nervous. He used his body to protect Yu Guan? Is he Yu Guan's boyfriend? But I remember that girl Yu Guan already has a boyfriend. Chi Ying shook her head and said, I don't think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't call her Sister Yu Guan. What happened next was even stranger. Chi Yu told us to close our eyes and not look. Sister Yu Guan turned around. She faced me and protected me. At that time, she was already very scared. I was also very scared. Sister Yu Guan closed her eyes, but I was very curious about how this white-haired man was able to deal with so many armed criminals. So, I peeked over Sister Yu Guan's shoulder. Those criminals opened fire. More than 10 of them were shooting at the same time. Although they all had silencers, the sound was like the voice of the Grim Reaper. My heart was in my throat. However, Chiyu didn't panic at all. I faintly saw a silver light appear in front of him, completely protecting the 3 of us. Then I saw that the bullets hit the silver light like ripples on water. Not a single bullet was able to hurt him. Chi, you seem to be a little angry. I saw a strand of white hair fly out of his head. Then the hair broke in midair. Then the hair suddenly disappeared, and the criminal's attack stopped. No wonder. Oh my God, just how powerful is he? Liang cried out in surprise. Chief Zhang asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Liang said, "The people who died up there all had a small bead of blood between their eyebrows. I thought it was some kind of special weapon. I didn't expect it to be Qi Yu's hair. It's unbelievable." Qi Tianlei took a deep breath. He killed people with his hair, and it even pierced through the hard frontal bone. Was he still human? Chief Zhang slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Old Qi, let's end this matter here for the time being. I still need to take care of the follow-up. We'll interrogate them as soon as we can. We'll try to give you an explanation as soon as possible. You're too sad. It's already happened. You've solved it well. We'll take our leave now." Then he stood up and left the meeting room, his heart filled with shock from Qi Yingying's words. He wasn't in a good mood. Such a big case had happened in the capital. No matter what the reason was, he would be suspected of neglecting his duty. I was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his position as a police chief. Yu Guan followed Qiyu up more than a dozen floors before she couldn't take it anymore. The high heels made her legs sore. Just as she was about to rest for a while, she suddenly felt a haze in her mind. Then her body seemed to become light. When her mind returned to normal, she was surprised to find that she had come to the first floor of the Golden Grain building. Qi Yu took Yu Guan to the underground garage. Because of Li Yang's instructions, the police didn't stop him and Yu Guan. Before they got into the car, Qi Yu said to Yu Guan, "Sister Yu Guan, I know it's hard to understand what you saw today. Can you keep it a secret for me? Especially the relationship between Qi Tianlei and his wife and me. You must not tell anyone." Yu Guan had no reason to refuse. Qi Yu saved her life. At this time, her relationship with Qi Yu was not only that of a president and a deputy general manager, but also a feeling full of gratitude. Although she felt that she couldn't see through this young man who was a few years younger than her, she chose to trust him without hesitation. Qi Yu drove the BMW away from the Golden Grain building. He didn't go back to Kirin Group, but drove aimlessly on the road. To him, those criminals were not worth remembering at all. However, he was now grateful to Ruyue and Zhang Xiaoxiao from the bottom of his heart. If they hadn't tried hard to find him, he wouldn't have been able to find his parents. He now had no doubt about his relationship with Qi Tianlei and his wife. The little grudge he had against Zhang Xiaoxiao had completely disappeared from today's matter. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaoxiao's timely notification, not only Yu Guan, but even his own sister would have been controlled by the gangsters. From an orphan to suddenly having parents and a sister, that feeling made Qi Yu very confused. Even he didn't know whether he should be excited or sad. Now he really hoped that his parents were just ordinary people. If that was the case, he would not hesitate to recognize them. But could he still do it now? Let's not talk about other things first. Would Qi Tianlei and his wife be able to accept their son, who suddenly appeared? The car didn't go fast. Unknowingly, Qi Yu found himself driving back to Dragon Field Courtyard. From afar, looking at the courtyard wall of Dragon Field Courtyard, Qi Yu felt a sense of warmth in his heart. No matter what, this was at least his home. Here he had his friends and lover. So what if his parents didn't recognize him? He already had a home, didn't he? Thinking of this, Qi Yu's mood suddenly improved a lot. He drove directly back to Dragon Field Courtyard. Shui Air still hadn't returned. It was already past noon. Qi Yu found some simple food from the kitchen and went back to his room. In order to not let everything that happened today bring him trouble, he directly entered the process of cultivation. The direction he chose to cultivate today was his own fire thundercloud force. In that fiery energy, his heart felt like it was melting. Snow Girl and Yu Guan were both very capable. In just 2 days, they had already arranged everything for the press conference. Tomorrow was the time for the press conference. What made Qi Yu disappointed was that he didn't receive any news about Qi Tianlei and his wife. They didn't look for him. Obviously, they didn't believe that he was their son? Forget it. Anyway, he had already seen them. That was enough. It had been 20 years. And when had he ever had parents? It wasn't good to be like this now. Not recognizing them also had its benefits. At least his hidden enemies wouldn't use them to threaten him. Chiyu, you must attend the press conference tomorrow. You promised me. Snow Girl pestered Chiyu as soon as she got home. It wasn't easy to be alone with her sweetheart for a period of time. Snow Girl didn't want to waste any time. Chiyu hugged her in his arms and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it." Snow Girl smiled and said, "That's more like it. You don't seem to be in a good mood these days. Are you still thinking about your mother?" Snow Girl was naturally referring to Wen-Ting. But as the saying goes, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may. Hearing the word mother, the first thing that came to Chiyu's mind was Ing Xiaojie's beautiful face, although he only looked at her a few times and didn't even say a word. But she was really his mother. Looking at the somewhat dull Chiyu, Snow Girl was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned it." Chiyu woke up from his daze and smiled while caressing Snow Girl's soft long hair. He said, "I'm fine. Wen-Ting isn't dead. She has always lived in my heart. One day, I will let her stand in front of you again. You have been too busy with work these days. Hurry up and rest." Snow Girl said, "Although work has been very busy, I have been very excited these days. Everything has been prepared. Now it's time to see the effect of the press conference tomorrow. The first batch of fruits ready for the market has also been packed in gift boxes today. Dad, I am really looking forward to tomorrow." Chiyu nodded and said, "I am also looking forward to it. Although this is my proposal, this is our common business. Whether or not we can take advantage of this opportunity to develop and have our own business depends on tomorrow. I believe that we can definitely succeed." At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Chiyu's phone. Chiyu subconsciously pressed the button and politely said, "I am Chiyu. Who is this?" A deep and pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone. "Chiyu, I am Ji Zhongming." "Ah, uncle, have you eaten the fruits I sent you last time?" When Chiyu heard that it was General Ji, his voice immediately became more respectful. Although he didn't want the country to help him, if he could get the approval of the country's leader, it could be said to be the greatest encouragement for him. After a moment of silence, Ji Zhongming said, "Chiyu, there is a problem with the fruits you made this time." Chiyu's heart tightened and he hurriedly said, "Why? Is there a side effect?" "No, that's impossible. Our company's fruits are all original, and they have gone through many processes of inspection. There can't be side effects." Ji Zhongming was still that deep voice. "No, that's not what I mean. I mean, after eating your fruits, I suddenly feel a few years younger. I'm afraid I will have to work hard for a few more years. Tell me, isn't this a problem? You have to compensate me." "Ah." Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood that General Ji was actually joking with him. Ji Zhongming's hearty laughter came from the other side of the phone. "Chiyu, I didn't expect you to send such good stuff. Your auntie and I have already eaten it. The effect is very good. Originally, my health wasn't too good, and I was wondering if I should retire early. But after eating the fruits you sent these 2 days, I clearly feel a lot more energetic. Your auntie also seems to feel younger. After eating that sapphire fruit, there will be a special fragrance on your body. Your auntie likes it very much, and she keeps praising you. I've read your test reports carefully, and together with the effects after eating it myself, I can completely believe what you said the other day. I've already sent the rest of the fruits to the State Council, which specializes in finding people's food and drink for appraisal. As long as the appraisal results are fine, I think you can directly send these fruits to the State Council in the future." Hearing General Ji's words, Chiyu was instantly excited. "Really? That's great. Uncle, Our company's products will be officially launched tomorrow. You've really given me good news, and now my confidence is greatly boosted. Ji Zhongming smiled and said, That's for the best. I'm also happy for you that you can have your own business. Oh, right, I still have to thank you for the Golden Grain Corporation. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the mess this time would be even bigger. Naturally, Qi Yu wasn't surprised that Ji Zhongming knew about this. He hurriedly said, Uncle, that's what I should do. After receiving the Diamond Guardian Medal, I haven't done anything for the country. That day was just a coincidence. I think that those mercenaries are likely from abroad, and it's better to investigate more. Ji Zhongming said, I've already given the order to the Yellow Flame Soul. Together with the captured captives, I believe there will be news soon. This time more than 200 people died, and even the chairman was shocked. After learning that it was you who minimized the losses, the chairman even asked me to thank you. Qi Yu said, Uncle, the chairman is too kind. I've been quite busy recently, and if something similar happens in the future, I will do it again. But when facing the enemy, I won't be soft-hearted. Ji Zhongming said, Since the Diamond Guardian Medal was awarded to you, the country has chosen to trust everything you do. You're not only representing yourself, but also the entire Eastern Guardian community. I believe that you will do your best. Qi Yu said, I will do my best. After hanging up the phone, Qi Yu was in a good mood. With General Ji Zhongming's recommendation, the fruits produced by his Kirin group would soon be eaten by the people. Doing something for the country had always been his hope. Moreover, with the protection of the country behind him, even if he set the price high, there would always be a market. Snow Girl clung to Qi Yu. She wanted to be intimate with him, but Qi Yu stopped her. One had to know that in the past few days since they came back, the two had hardly slept at night. Although Snow Girl was talented, compared to Qi Yu, the heir of Kirin's bloodline, it was still difficult for her to bear. Qi Yu didn't want Snow Girl's body to be affected because of his own desires. After coaxing her for a long time, finally she fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Qi Yu and Snow Girl got up. Although business was not the most important thing for people like Qi Yu, however, Qi Yu took today's press conference very seriously. He must fulfill the promise he made to Ryue. Borrowing 200 million was not a small amount. Although Qi Yu had a clear conscience, he had to pay back the money he borrowed. When Qi Yu and Snow Girl were ready to go out, Zhang Xiaoxiao called. Brother-in-law, do you want me to go over to support you today? Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice sounded very relaxed. After he learned from Yu Guan that Qi Yu had used his body to save his wife, his attitude towards Qi Yu had greatly improved. He had already affectionately called him brother-in-law. Qi Yu chuckled. There's no need. You're busy. Taking Ryue away has already made you tired enough. Don't go today. Don't you trust me, your brother-in-law? As long as you don't ask me to pay back the money, I will be grateful. Zhang Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and said, Guangguan told me about your pricing strategy. I feel that you should set the price lower, right? It's not too late. Otherwise, after the press conference, you can't change it even if you want to. Qi Yu said, Thank you for your kindness, but I won't change my mind easily. Don't you believe in my decision? Don't worry. You will get your share of the fruit, free of charge. Today's press conference had been planned by Snow Girl for a long time. Everything had to be held in a high-profile manner. She had decided to hold it in the largest auditorium of the Shangri-La Hotel. In order to be in line with the high-profile arrangement, Qi Yu deliberately drove Ryue's Lamborghini sports car to the Shangri-La Hotel with Snow Girl. There had been a lot of news in the capital these days, and most of it was focused on the big event of the Golden Valley Group. The reporters had been working overnight to write their articles, and they were really tired. If it wasn't for the amount of red packets that Kirin Group gave them this time, the reporters from the major media would have been too lazy to come. After all, Kirin Group was a medium-sized company with just over 100 million yuan in assets. so it was difficult to arouse their interest. Yu Guan arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel early in the morning to prepare. After estimating the time, she informed the reporters who had already arrived through the microphone in the auditorium. Our president, Mr. Chiyu, and general manager, Miss Snowgirl, will be arriving soon. If you want to take photos, you can wait at the door now. A reporter who was a little anxious asked loudly, "Your company said that Miss Xiao Lu will also attend today. Is that true?" Yu Guan smiled and said, "Of course. Our Kirin group has always been very credible. What we say will definitely come true." The reporters lazily walked out of the hotel. The names Chiyu and Snowgirl were too unfamiliar to them. Only the pure and innocent heavenly queen of the music industry, Xiao Lu, could arouse their interest. Yu Guan looked at the reporters and couldn't help but frown. She secretly cursed a few times in her heart and couldn't help but lose some confidence in today's press conference. When Chi Yu drove the car to the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, he happened to see Xiao Lu driving her Ferrari, and the car also drove in from outside. Chi Yu subconsciously stepped on the brake and let Xiao Lu go first. Then he drove the Lamborghini and followed behind her. Chi Yu saw Xiao Lu, and Xiao Lu naturally saw him. They hadn't seen each other for some time. Chi Yu, whose hair had turned white, seemed to be completely different from before. Every time Xiao Lu remembered what happened with Chi Yu in the elevator, her heart would beat faster uncontrollably. After all, Chi Yu was the first man in the world who had been close to her. As soon as they saw Xiao Lu's Ferrari coming, the reporter's spirit was immediately aroused. For a time, the long and short cameras were raised and aimed at Xiao Lu's sports car, waiting for the moment when she walked out of the car, although the Lamborghini and Ferrari were equally dazzling. But at this time, no one paid attention to the Lamborghini. A car was always inferior to a person. However, to the surprise of the reporters, Xiao Lu's Ferrari did not stop at the door. Instead, he drove straight past. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Chi Yu had already parked his Lamborghini at the front door of the restaurant, and Xiao Lu drove the car around from outside and stopped behind Chi Yu's car. Although Chi Yu was a little surprised by Xiao Lu's approach, he saw so many reporters waiting here. Naturally, he couldn't follow Xiao Lu's example and go around the restaurant. He opened the door and got out of the car directly. Some astute reporters had already thought of something. When they saw Chi Yu, who had white hair and was dressed in black, get out of the car, they heard a series of clicking sounds, and the flashes began to shine on Chi Yu. Chi Yu seemed to feel nothing. He walked to the other side of the car and opened the door for Snowgirl. Snowgirl had deliberately dressed up today. A snow-white princess dress set off her delicate figure, which was otherworldly. The elegant temperament of Emperor's heart snow lotus was invisible. Her long blue hair was quietly scattered behind her back. As soon as her charming face came into the eyes of the reporters, they were immediately shocked. She was as pure as a snow lotus from Tian Shan Mountain. What a beautiful girl! Perhaps because the shock brought by Snowgirl was too great, most of the reporters even forgot to press the shutter of their cameras at this time. It was not until Xiao Lu got out of the Ferrari that the reporters reacted. However, because Snowgirl's appearance was so outstanding, this time Snowgirl and Chi Yu beside her were not ignored by the reporters. Snowgirl held Chi Yu's arm. To her surprise, after Xiao Lu responded kindly to the reporters with a smile, she walked to the other side of Chi Yu and held his other arm. Xiao Lu's action suddenly caused a burst of curiosity and exclamation from the reporters. It should be known that Xiao Lu was a famous fairy girl in the music industry. She had never had physical contact with a man in any occasion. For these reporters, everything that happened in front of them was definitely a piece of good news that they could gossip about. For a moment, it was unknown how much film was lost. Yu Guan appeared with the staff of Kirin Group at the right time, opening a path for Chi Yu and the other two. Looking at the reporters around him, who kept pressing the shutter, Yu Guan couldn't help but secretly give Chi Yu a thumbs up. Chi Yu, accompanied by two beautiful women, walked directly into the auditorium where the press conference was held. The inside of the auditorium had already been arranged yesterday. In the center of the backboard, there was a huge Kirin Group pattern with the words New Product Launch Conference written below. Chi-Yu, Snow Girl, and Xiao Lu walked to the rostrum together. The reporters were also divided into two groups. One group sat down and prepared to ask questions, while the other group held up all kinds of photography and video equipment. Yu Guan sat on the edge of the rostrum, holding a microphone in his hand. Seeing that Chi-Yu and the other two had already sat down, he smiled and said, "All right, friends from the reporters. Today's press conference will be held immediately. First of all, on behalf of Kirin Group, I would like to thank everyone for coming today. I think that most of the reporters here are unfamiliar with our Kirin Group. Let me first introduce the three people on the stage. The one sitting on the left must be very familiar to everyone. She is the fairy girl of the music industry. Miss Xiao Lu. Miss Xiao Lu signed a contract with our Kirin Group not long ago and has now become the spokesperson of our group. She will be cooperating with our company for a long time in the future." This news had never been leaked out. Xiao Lu could be said to be an anomaly in the music industry. Not only did she not like to contact strangers, but she had also never accepted any advertisement. At this time, when Yu Guan announced the news that she had signed a contract with Kirin Group, it immediately caused an uproar among the reporters present. Immediately, some reporters wanted to ask questions, but were stopped by Yu Guan. Yu Guan continued, "The one sitting on the right is our Kirin Group's general manager, Miss Snow Girl, and the one in the center is the founder of our group and also the current CEO, as well as the group's chairman, Mr. Chi-Yu." Chi-Yu stood up and nodded to the reporters. This was also the first time he experienced such a scene. He felt that he was a bit more nervous than facing the army of the Jili people. Yu Guan looked at the reporters below, whose emotions had been stirred up by the news that Xiao Lu had signed a contract with Kirin Group. He smiled and said, "How about this? In order to let everyone have a deeper understanding of our Kirin Group, we will first play a commercial. This is our company's first commercial with Miss Xiao Lu as the main character." As soon as his voice fell, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. The big screen on the left side of the auditorium was lit up along with the sound of elegant music. The big screen on the left side of the auditorium was lit up along with the sound of elegant music. It attracted the attention of all the reporters. Chi-Yu was similarly captivated, because he had not seen how the commercial looked like. However, with Xiao Lu as the main character, it should not be too bad. On the big screen, the first thing that appeared was a landscape painting with only black and white colors. As the camera changed, the picture seemed to become real. The melodious music was a guzheng solo. The beautiful heavenly music, which was like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate, suddenly made the audience quiet. The color of the landscape painting gradually changed from black and white to green. It was just a pure green. Green mountains, green water, everything was so full of vitality. The accompaniment of the guzheng sounded. It was Xiao Lu's voice, that beautiful and beautiful voice, without a trace of vulgarity, was something that only she could have. She was indeed worthy of being the queen of jade women in the music industry. As soon as Xiao Lu's voice appeared, it immediately made the reporters present, including Chi-Yu and the others, immersed in the beautiful music. Chapter 240. Chi-Yu looked at Snow Girl with some surprise, because he recognized the appearance of this plant. It was the appearance of the emerald fruit plant. Even though everything displayed on the screen was computer-generated, it was still quite impressive that the Snow Lady was able to remember what it looked like. The green plant finally broke out of the water, but the constantly condensing, crystal green light spots did not stop. The green light flashed, and a crystal clear fruit, like emerald, grew on the plant above the water surface. Perhaps because it was a little heavy, it was trembling slightly at this time. A few drops of water slid down the fruit to the water surface, causing some ripples on the emerald surface. The elegant singing became softer and softer. Suddenly, a green light fell from the sky and completely enveloped the dark green fruit. Spots of green light burst out in all directions, making the already visually impactful scene even more dazzling. Xiao Lu, wrapped in a green dress, with her black hair fluttering, descended from the sky along with the emerald light. Her big eyes were full of surprise and curiosity, and her green dress fluttered in the wind. She was as moving as a fairy from the ninth heaven. She gently stroked the jade-like fruit. The fruit seemed to have sensed her aura and trembled slightly. It actually struggled up from the stem and slowly rose around Xiao Lu's delicate body. Xiao Lu's singing changed, and the original elegant voice was full of joy. She raised her hand. Her delicate body rotated with the emerald fruit, and the clear singing became moving again. The beautiful sound of the chords also set off the sound of the guzheng at this time, pushing the atmosphere to the peak. The ninth heaven fairy descends to the earth to search for the emerald by the jade lake. The secular world is like a shadow. The essence of heaven and earth makes me feel pity. The scene finally ended. At the moment when Xiao Lu, who had transformed into the ninth heaven fairy, held the emerald high above her head, the emerald light swept the entire scene in an instant, and everything disappeared. In the entire promotional video, there was not a word of advertising. Not even the name of the product appeared. However, the breathtaking scene, Xiao Lu's moving beautiful face, the beautiful singing, and the dazzling scene all left a very deep impression on the reporters present. However, this was only the beginning of their shock. The screen went dark for a moment, and then the entire scene changed again. With a loud crack, a purple lightning flashed in the dark sky. The entire scene was illuminated by the purple light. The purple mountains, the purple water, and the purple sun made everything seem a little gloomy. A girl in purple armor flew out from the purple castle at the peak of the purple mountain. Her black hair fluttered, and her face revealed a panicked expression. It was still Xiao Lu. However, in her purple armor, her appearance and aura were completely different from before. Above the ancient purple castle, a gigantic purple shadow rose up. It was in the form of a demon, and it seemed to cover the sky and earth as it chased after Xiao Lu, feeling the evil atmosphere. All the reporters couldn't help but feel nervous. Although they knew that it was just a promotional video, they couldn't help but be immersed in the dazzling scene. The panicked Xiao Lu saw that the gigantic demon shadow was about to catch up with her. The tense music was replaced by a pipa solo, and the song Ambush from 10 Sides made the whole scene even more frightening. In the scene, Xiao Lu couldn't escape the pursuit of the purple shadow after all. The demonic aura finally enveloped her body. The painful expression made her look up to the sky and let out a moving moan. As if she had decided on something, her eyes were full of determination. A dazzling light instantly bloomed from Xiao Lu's body, forcing the demon to retreat temporarily. Her beautiful eyes revealed a mournful light. The music suddenly changed from the previous murderous aura to a sad movement. Xiao Lu's whole body bloomed with purple light as she sang sorrowfully. The purple demon of the purple castle of the purple mountain appears, and the world is destroyed by the purple demon. Purple crystal, lend me the power to destroy the demon, and I am willing to repay you with my body. The purple crystal, like a blooming flower, constantly emitted from below Xiao Lu's body. The purple crystal looked so crystal clear that the demon shadow was forced to be unable to approach it. At this moment, the purple crystal, which seemed to have been peeled off layer by layer, a crystal clear purple fruit, floated up and floated in front of Xiao Lu. The sadness in Xiao Lu's eyes became even more intense. The purple fruit suddenly turned into a purple light and entered her small cherry mouth. In an instant, the purple light shone as if it covered the sky and earth and swallowed Xiao Lu's delicate body. The demon in the sky was also completely destroyed in this surging purple light. The purple light filled the entire screen, and the second segment was over. If the overall effect of the green color from before had already filled the reporters' hearts with admiration, then the appearance of the purple demon of the Purple Mountain in the Purple Castle surprised them even more. Oh my God! Such a scene and Xiao Lu's acting were absolutely outstanding, but it gave them the feeling that it did not look like a promotional video, but more like a blockbuster movie. To be able to shoot the previous 2 promotional videos, the investment needed to be huge, not to mention the participation of a popular singer like Xiao Lu. Did this Kirin group spend so much just to sell fruits? At this time, the emotions of the reporters were completely aroused. However, the promotional video was not over yet. The previous purple scene made people nervous, but the scene in front of them made the reporters feel much more relaxed. Blue sky, white clouds. The blue sky was as clear as a transparent mirror, and a few white clouds floated gently in the blue sky. The music turned into the sound of a flute, and the moving and beautiful sound soothed everyone's nerves. A blue light suddenly lit up in the center of the entire picture, and the area covered by the blue light was getting larger and larger. When everyone could see it clearly, they were surprised to find that it turned out to be a diamond-shaped sapphire. The sapphire was still constantly zooming in, or rather, the camera was constantly approaching. As it got closer, the crystal light reflected by the cut surfaces on the sapphire could be seen even more clearly. The sapphire was magnified almost infinitely, until the picture stopped on its smooth surface. A blue figure danced on the picture, and a simple blue dress wrapped around that moving and delicate body. It was still Xiao Lu, but it was different from the ethereal fairy of the Emerald World and the sad female warrior of the Amethyst World. Now, in the picture, it was a happy girl, full of a lively aura, dancing cheerfully on the surface of the sapphire. A blue light constantly brought up a flame on her right hand, followed by a little blue light. Because her movements were so fast, no one could see clearly what the blue light in her hand was. With the accompaniment of the flute, Xiao Lu danced and sang softly. The blue sky is the quilt. White clouds as a companion, sapphire. You will always be my sweetheart. With a moving smile, Xiao Lu's delicate body turned in place. The dance stopped. She held her right hand in front of her, and the blue light gradually converged. The crystal sapphire fruit appeared in her palm, and she put it in front of her. Xiao Lu kissed the sapphire fruit playfully, and the blue light bloomed. The picture kept zooming in again, and when the light of the sapphire devoured the camera, all the promotional videos were finally over. It was a huge image of Kirin. The black and silver colors intertwined, leaving a deep impression on people. Amidst the exclamations, the lights in the auditorium were turned on again. At this time, the reporters realized that the picture just now was so shocking that they forgot to take photos or video. For a time, annoyed voices sounded continuously. Yu Guan smiled slightly. Although it was not the first time she had seen this promotional video, she was more shocked every time she watched it. Dear reporters, you don't have to regret not taking a picture of the promotional video just now. Every reporter present today is a guest of Kirin Group. We have prepared a small gift. After the banquet, we will give it to every guest present today, including a product produced by our company and a CD of the previous promotional video. A product, wasn't it just a fruit? Although it was a good thing to have the promotional video CD, just now, this Kirin Group was too stingy. It was just a fruit. If it weren't for Yu Guan's very appropriate words, she was afraid that it would immediately arouse the dissatisfaction of the reporters present. Yu Guan looked at the reporters who were discussing in the audience. She couldn't help but feel disdain in her heart. These people from the media, she had already given them red packets before. What else could they be dissatisfied with? What's more, when the price was announced later, she was afraid that they would have a completely different feeling. Although she thought so in her heart, as the host, she continued very professionally. Next, let's invite Miss Snowgirl, the general manager of Kirin Group, to introduce the product in the promotional video just now, as well as our company's upcoming products. The cameras and video cameras of the reporters began to work. They also wanted to know why this stunning beauty with long ice blue hair, whom they had seen for the first time, was able to sit in the position of general manager. Snow Girl bowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Suddenly, it was like 100 flowers blooming. She was not inferior to Xiao Lu on the other side of Qiyu. Moreover, the invisible noble temperament from the Emperor Heart, Snow Lotus, was incomparable to Xiao Lu. The long ice blue hair didn't look like it was dyed at all. The light blue hair easily gave people a magical sense of beauty. I'm very happy to meet so many friends from the media here today. It has been less than half a year since our Kirin Group was established. After the joint efforts of our colleagues in the group, we're finally going to withdraw our first batch of products today. I think everyone here already knows that our Kirin Group currently only has one main business, and that is fruit. From the video just now, everyone should have seen that our company's fruit is different. To put it simply, although most of what you saw in the promotional video just now was made with special effects, the final product that appeared in Miss Xiao Lu's hands at every stage was the real product of our company. At this point, Snow Girl paused for a moment. Most of the reporters below were shocked. They had seen the previous promotional video very clearly. At least, as far as they knew, they had never seen such a fruit. Speaking of which, it was more like a work of art. Qiyu smiled slightly, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Feeling the confidence of Snow Girl, he couldn't help but show some admiration. Frankly speaking, he was more shocked by the promotional video just now than any reporter present. After all, he had really seen these fruits. The 3 segments of the promotional video could be said to show the completely different styles of the 3 fruits. The elegance of the jadeite fruit, the luxury of the amethyst fruit, and the liveliness of the sapphire fruit, which seemed to be nurtured by the spiritual energy of the world, all left a deep impression on people. Although there was no advertising, it was precisely because of this that the entire promotional video was more complete. Qiyu believed that anyone who saw this promotional video would definitely want to find out the truth. Snow Girl continued. The 3 fruits that appeared in the promotional video just now are called emerald fruit, amethyst fruit, and sapphire fruit according to the different colors. They are the main products of our first phase. They are also 3 different series. Each series has different characteristics. The fruits launched by our Kirin Group have different characteristics, but there is one thing in common. Here, I can guarantee that as long as it is launched by our company, it will definitely be able to ensure the original ecological effect. After being tested by the National Professional Department, it has enough protection. The 3 series of fruits launched this time are named after the 3 fruits just now according to the different colors. The 3 fruits in the promotional video just now are the fruit kings of these 3 series. I think the reporters must have a lot of questions to ask. Now everyone can speak. Indeed, after listening to Snow Girl's brief introduction, the reporters below were already a little eager to start. These media personnel were still very professional. When they heard Snow Girl say that they could ask questions, almost all the reporters raised their hands. Yu Guan selectively called a senior reporter from the Yanhuang Republic National Television first. General Manager Snow Girl, I would like to ask, what are the effects of these fruits launched by your company? What is the approximate level of positioning? As far as I know, there has never been a fruit company in China that has launched their own fruit products in such a high-profile way like your company. Snow Girl said there are many specific effects. If I introduce them one by one here, I am afraid it will waste a lot of your precious time. After the press conference, there will be a detailed introduction on the CD that everyone will get. As for positioning, the fruits produced by our company will take the high-end route. After all, our company has invested a lot of financial and material resources in research and development and ensuring the original ecological quality. As businessmen, we have to make money, don't we? Snow Girl's humorous voice immediately won the favor of the reporters present. After all, beauty still had a lot of advantages in this aspect. The second reporter who was pointed out stood up and said, "I would like to ask Miss Xiao Lu, why did you take on Kirin Group's advertisement? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't easily take on any commercial advertisements?" Xiao Lu still looked elegant. She nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, I said that I wouldn't easily take on commercial advertisements. However, I think everyone has already seen that the promotional video just now is not as simple as a commercial. I am very satisfied with the settings of the entire film and the overall effect of the shooting. In my opinion, this promotional video is more like a work of art, just like the 3 series of products of Kirin Group." The reporter obviously had no intention of letting Xiao Lu go. He asked, "May I take the liberty to ask how long Miss Xiao Lu will be the spokesperson for Kirin Group? Also, how much is the signing fee that Kirin Group gave you?" Xiao Lu smiled slightly and said, "Originally, I shouldn't answer this question without CEO Qi's permission, but I won't reveal anything now. I will temporarily be the spokesperson for Kirin Group for a year, as long as Kirin Group needs. I think this time will be extended. Otherwise, I will have to spend a lot of money. As for how much the signing fee is, you might as well ask CEO Qi directly." The reporter turned to Qiyu and asked, "Mr. Qi, could you please answer the question?" Qiyu's expression had been very calm. Coupled with his black shirt and white hair, he gave off a somewhat cold feeling. "Since Miss Xiao Lu doesn't mind, I'll let you know. There was no harm in telling everyone. The way Miss Xiao Lu signed the contract was not measured by money. We have already reached an agreement. During the time that Miss Xiao Lu signed the contract, the group will pay Miss Xiao Lu a sapphire fruit every week as compensation." As soon as he said that, the audience gasped in surprise. It was the first time for the reporters to hear that a popular star would sign a contract with a company for the price of 1 fruit per week. For them, in this world full of benefits, it was unbelievable. The reporter was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, "I don't know if Miss Xiao Lu signed this contract because she has a good relationship with your group, so she's doing the endorsement as a favor?" Qiyu hadn't said anything yet. Xiao Lu had already answered first, "No, I haven't known Mr. Qi for a long time, and I have nothing to do with Kirin Group. However, I don't think there's anything wrong with the signing fee this time. I think that as long as a woman has personally tasted the sapphire fruit, she will definitely feel the same pain as me, because the sapphire fruit as my reward can be said to be unique in the world." Qiyu nodded to Xiao Lu next to him. Xiao Lu was also looking at him. The two of them looked at each other. They couldn't help but show a knowing smile. As soon as the third reporter stood up, he immediately asked a question that all the reporters wanted to ask. "Mr. Qi, Mr. Xue, can you let us see the real product of your company?" Just now, Mr. Xue said that the real product is the same as in the promotional video. If so, we would like to see it very much. Qiyu gave Snow Girl a questioning look. After all, he was only here to participate in this press conference. As for what the company had prepared, he didn't know. Snow Girl nodded and said, "Of course." The etiquette lady walked up to the stage with a large tray and placed the brocade box on the tray in front of Snow Girl. The brocade box was exactly the same as the one that Qiyu had given to General Ji that day. Looking at the huge sapphire inlaid on the brocade box and the elegant shape of the entire brocade box, the reporters' cameras lit up almost at the same time. Snow Girl elegantly opened the brocade box and then pulled open a total of 3 layers of brocade box, so that the fruit in the brocade box was presented in front of everyone. Different from the brocade box that Qiyu had given to General Ji that day, this brocade box contained all the fruits that Kirin Group had launched this time. The 3 layers were divided into 3 series, and the fruits of the next grade were like stars surrounding the moon. The fruit kings of each series were clustered in the center. Praises were heard one after another. The emerald fruit, sapphire fruit, and amethyst fruit had extremely dazzling characteristics. Now, with the brocade box as a foil, they looked even more noble. Although the fruits of the next grade were slightly inferior in terms of quality, They were far from being comparable to the ordinary fruits on the market. Snowgirl smiled and said, "This gift box is the highest level of VIP gift that our company has launched this time. It contains all the products that we have launched this time. Among them, there are 6 of the Sapphire series and 5 of the other 2 series." The photo shoot lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and no one knew how much time was spent handing in the papers. The reporters continued to ask questions. "President Xi, can you announce the price now?" A reporter who was called stood up and couldn't wait to ask. Xi Yu smiled indifferently and asked, "This reporter friend, how much do you think the products launched by our company are worth?" The reporter pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. However, from the surface, it's hard to believe that these are actually fruits. Miss Xiao Lu is right. These are simply works of art." Xi Yu said, "Just now, President Xue said that the products launched by our company are absolutely guaranteed to be of the original quality. Everyone can rest assured about this. With the authoritative certification of the highest testing organization in the country, I think everyone doesn't have to doubt it." The reporter said, "Then I'm afraid that each of these fruits is worth more than 100 yuan. However, with such a high price, I don't know if anyone will pay the bill. Who are the main customers that Kirin Group is targeting?" Qi Yu said, "I can't say who they are targeting. I can only say that they are targeting people who can recognize our company's products. As for the price you mentioned, there is still a certain gap between it and our pricing. Since the press conference has been going on, I think everyone is eager to know the exact price. All right, I will officially announce it now." As he spoke, Qi stood up and pointed at the fruits in the brocade box. He said, "The ordinary fruits of the Jade series and the Amethyst series are priced at 588 yuan each. The ordinary fruits of the Sapphire series are priced at 688 yuan each. The King of the Jade series, the Jade fruit, is priced at 1,088 yuan, and the Amethyst fruit is also priced at 1,088 yuan. And this time, the Sapphire fruit that we are promoting is priced at 1,188 yuan. That's about it." Qi Yu's words immediately caused a huge commotion among the reporters. Even the cheapest fruit cost close to 600 yuan, which was simply incredible. A reporter suddenly asked loudly, "President Xi, do you think that there will be people in the country who will pay for them with such a high price?" Qi Yu nodded firmly and said, "I can guarantee that there will definitely be people who will pay for them. I think that after all the reporters have seen the detailed introduction of our company's products and the introduction of the ingredients, you will understand. Our company's products can also be classified as luxury goods, but I can guarantee that they are absolutely worth the money. Oh, right, I haven't finished speaking just now. The price that I just mentioned is all calculated in US dollars. In this way, it is more applicable in the world." US dollars? Oh my God, it's actually US dollars. The entire venue was silent. Qi Yu's firm figure and his firm tone made every reporter's heart filled with a feeling of shock. No wonder Xiao Lu returned with the sapphire fruit as a reward. Each sapphire fruit was worth about 1,200 US dollars. That would be more than 50 fruits a year, which was about 50,000 to 60,000 US dollars. Although it was not very high, it was definitely not low. After all, as the spokesperson of this kind of fruit company, the most he could do was to shoot some promotional videos. Although the reporters could not understand why there was such an expensive fruit, the price that Qi Yu announced was definitely good news for them. More than one person had already thought of the title of sky-high priced fruit in Beijing. Yu Guan saw that the time was almost ripe. He stood up and said, "Today's press conference will end here. If you have any questions, you can find the answers in the gifts we have given you." At this time, after listening to Yu Guan's words, the reporters remembered that Yu Guan had said before that there was a fruit produced by Kirin Group among the gifts. Judging from the price that Qi Yu had just announced, it was worth thousands of Yenhuang dollars. Now, no reporter felt that Kirin Group was stingy. Just as Yu Guan announced the end of the press conference, A calm and powerful voice sounded from the entrance of the auditorium. It seems that I'm still a little late. Fortunately, I'm here at the right time. I really appreciate Kirin Group's products. I wonder if I can order now? The sudden voice immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Seeing the person who appeared at the door, Chiyu's body suddenly became a little stiff. The light in his eyes changed, and the excitement in his eyes fluctuated violently. There were only two people at the entrance of the auditorium, a man and a woman. The man was Chi Tianlei and the woman was naturally Ying Xiaodai. The eyes of the husband and wife were focused on Chiyu at this time. The look in Ying Xiaodai's eyes was eager. Although Chi Tianlei's eyes were very calm, the warm smile on his face seemed to make Chi Yu feel something. Chapter 241. CEO Chi, why are you here at this press conference? CEO Chi, CEO Ying, why are you so sure that Kirin Group's products are worth the money? After all, the price announced by Kirin Group is already very outrageous. CEO Chi, Golden Grain Group just had such a big incident. Why are you still in the mood to buy fruits here? All kinds of questions came one after another. Chi Tianlei was not annoyed by the crowd of reporters. He calmly said, "First of all, the terrorist attack on Golden Grain Group made me very angry. However, since the incident has been resolved, as the chairman of the board of directors, what I have to do is not to be angry, but to deal with the aftermath. I think I have done my best in this regard. Secondly, I came here today because of the reputation of the company. As far as I know, the original fruits produced by Kirin Group are definitely worth the price. I think the price announced by CEO Chi just now should be the promotional price for the products that have just been launched. That is why I want to take advantage of this time to buy some. Of course, I will keep it for myself. Let me ask you, the fruit that can prolong life is more effective than any beauty products in the world, and is more effective than any perfume. Why is it not worth the price announced by CEO Chi? Perhaps all the reporters think that the price is very high now, but when the products of Kirin Group are put into practice in the market and show their real effects, everyone will no longer think so. Okay, everyone, please make way. After all, Chi Tianlei was a famous tycoon in the Yanhuang Republic, and he was also a recent figure in the news. His words immediately made the reporters look at Kirin Group in a new light. The reporters took the initiative to make way for the couple. Chi Tianlei led Ying Xiaodai all the way to the front of the rostrum. He looked at the handsome Chiyu on the stage and said, "CEO Chi, I want to make a long-term purchase order. I wonder if it is possible to give a discount on the basis of the current price?" Looking at Chi Tianlei's wise eyes, Chi slightly hesitated and said, "Since you are interested in my company's fruits, then we can talk about it in detail at my company." Chi Tianlei nodded and said, "Okay, I will disturb you later." Chi Tianlei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll disturb you later." After taking a deep look at Chiyu, Chi Tianlei left. He pulled Ying Xiaodai, who was reluctant to leave, and turned to leave. Looking at their backs, Chiyu's eyes became a little moist. He knew, at the very least, Chi Tianlei had already noticed him. It was very likely that he had already acknowledged his identity to a certain extent. Snow Girl whispered in Chiyu's ear, "Who is this person? He has a good temperament, and he seems to look a little like you. I don't know why, but the temperament of the two of you seems to be somewhat similar. I don't know what it is." He saw Chi Tianlei and his wife. Chi Yu was no longer in the mood to stay any longer. He transmitted his voice and said, "Let's go back first." Xiao Lu naturally knew about Chi Tianlei and his wife. She looked at Chi Yu in surprise, but he didn't ask anything. Chi Yu calmed down his mood and said to Yu Guan, "Sister Yu Guan, I'll leave the matter here to you. The company's 3 major series of products are on the market, but the number of each store must be controlled. The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. At the same time, the company's products are only sold through the high-class stores." Yu Guan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged it before the press conference. I'll go back now and ship the goods immediately. Chi turned to Xiao Lu and said, Miss Xiao Lu, we can set off in a few days. I think Brother Chang, Jia, should have already told you about it. Xiao Lu nodded and said with a smile. He smiled and said, Yes, I hope the place that Mr. Chi will take me to this time will satisfy me. Chi looked at her and couldn't help but think of Xiao Lu's 3 different styles of dressing in the promotional video just now. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Just call me by my name in the future. We are already friends, aren't we? I still have to thank you for your help today. Xiao Lu said with a smile, You're my boss. It's only right for me to help you. After Chiyu left the Shangri-La Hotel with Snow Girl, he went straight to Kirin Group. He couldn't wait to know what kind of attitude the Chi Tianlei couple had towards him. The reporters were eager to receive the expensive gifts from Kirin Group, so they didn't encounter much obstruction when they left the hotel. Snow Girl was still very familiar with Chiyu. His current appearance was obviously not right. Sitting in the front passenger seat, she asked, Chiyu, what's wrong? Your mood seems to be greatly affected. You've been a bit strange these days. Is it because of the 2 people who just came? Chiyu knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. He said with a bitter smile, Yes, it's because of them. Snow Girl asked curiously, Why? Although they look extraordinary, they seem to be ordinary people. Chiyu glanced at Snow Girl and said slowly, Because they are probably my biological parents. Ah, Snow Girl exclaimed. Looking at Chiyu, all kinds of emotions suddenly gushed out in her heart. She said excitedly, Really? Then you're not an orphan. But just now, it seems that you haven't recognized each other. While driving, Chiyu briefly told Snow Girl what happened in the Golden Valley group a few days ago. After listening to his words, Snow Girl couldn't help but frown and said, Indeed, it would be good if they were ordinary people. However, they don't believe in your character. Why would you pretend to be your parents because of money? Chiyu sighed and said, It's not their fault. After all, they have so many assets, and there have been people who pretended to be their parents before. What's more, it's not that I don't like money. Otherwise, what's the use of Kirin Group? They came to the press conference today to find me. He also took the initiative to buy our group's products to support me. I think he must have figured something out. As for how they think of me, we'll know later. When the 2 returned to Kirin Group, Chi Tianlei and his wife were already there with 6 bodyguards. Under the arrangement of the Kirin Group's reception staff, they were waiting for Chiyu and Snow Girl in the big conference room. Chiyu was much calmer than before, but now he was eager to know the result from Chi Tianlei and his wife. As soon as he returned to the group, he couldn't wait to go to the big conference room with Snow Girl. Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai were sitting there waiting. When they saw Chiyu and Ying Xiaodai come in, both of them stood up. Chi Tianlei was still calm, but Ying Xiaodai's eyes were obviously very excited. Chiyu forcefully calmed his emotions that could explode at any moment. He walked in front of the 2 and made an inviting gesture. Please have a seat. Now we can talk about buying the product. Chi Tianlei gazed deeply at Chiyu. Do you really think that we came to you today just to buy your company's products? Chiyu laughed self-deprecatingly and said, If that's not the case, then what is your purpose? Was he going to acknowledge her as his relative? Don't tell me you're not afraid that after you acknowledge me, you'll be in trouble. Did I cheat you of your family property? Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai were both stunned. Ying Xiaodai said, What? Don't you know that our assets have already been transferred to Ying's name, and we are just managing it for her? Chi looked at them in surprise and said, Why should I know? Chi Tianlei showed a bitter smile on his face and looked at Ying Xiaodai. It seems that our arrangements have all failed. It turns out that he did not notice us, so it was only yesterday. Chi Tianlei and his wife had publicly announced that all the assets under their name had been transferred to their daughter, Chi Yingying, and they were currently managing it. In their opinion, since Chiyu was the CEO of Kirin Group and had come to recognize them as husband and wife, He would definitely pay attention to their affairs. Their daughter inheriting the property was also very high profile, so it was impossible for Chi-yu not to know. But now it seemed that he didn't care much about their affairs. The affairs of the couple. The two's eyes fell on Chi-yu's face. Chi Tianlei said, "Then it's not too late for me to tell you now. Xiao Dai and I have already transferred all the assets under our name to our daughter, Ying Ying's name. Now, we are just two ordinary white-collar workers who only get paid." Looking at Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiaodai, Chi-yu's face gradually became cold. He was a very smart person. He immediately understood what Chi Tianlei said. They were testing him to see if he would reveal his true colors because of the assets. Although he knew that this was a very normal thing, Chi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. "CEO Chi, what's the point of telling me this?" Chi-yu said coldly. Chi Tianlei frowned slightly. Chi-yu's attitude also made him feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that this young man in front of him, who gave him a special feeling, really came to recognize him for his assets? "I just want to know, when you know that we don't have more than 10 billion yuan of assets, will you still choose to recognize us?" Chi Tianlei stared at Chi-yu with burning eyes. Before Chi-yu could speak, Snow Girl had already stepped forward and came to his side. She said, "Sir, what kind of person do you think Chi-yu is? I know that you may be his biological father. Perhaps you do have assets that you are proud of. But don't you think that this is unfair to a person who has no relatives for 20 years? You are afraid that your assets will be coveted by Chi-yu. But have you ever thought about Chi-yu's feelings? You should have investigated what kind of person Chi-yu is. Although we are not as rich as you, we also have money that we can't finish spending. Moreover, money doesn't mean much to Chi-yu." Snow Girl knew Chi-yu's temper very well. She could feel the aura exuding from Chi-yu's body. She knew that Chi-yu was on the verge of exploding. He definitely couldn't stand being questioned by his closest kin in such an insulting manner. Ying Xiaodai hurriedly said, No, don't misunderstand us. We are not who you think we are. Since we might be Chi-yu's parents, we have to find a way to verify it. In the past, there have been many people called Chi-yu who have come to find us, and every single one of them looks extremely similar to us. However, we do not know how many times they have cheated us of our feelings. Money does not matter to us, but we are truly afraid that our hopes will once again be dashed to smithereens. The disappearance of our child has always been a pain in our hearts. We really don't want such sorrow to come again, because I really can't bear it. We have no choice but to be so careful." At this point, tears rolled down Ying Xiaoji's face, and her eyes became hazy as she looked at Chi-yu. Listening to Ying Xiaojia's words, the lines on Chi-yu's face softened a lot. He sighed and said, "It's no wonder that you think so. I won't say anything else, and I won't say that I'm definitely your son. I think that since you were able to come here today, you must have already thought of a solution. So please say it now." Chi Tianlei looked at Chi-yu and said, "In ancient times, blood was used to determine one's kin. That's obviously not very scientific. I know an authoritative doctor. Let science prove the blood relationship between us." Chi-yu's pupils contracted slightly. "Are you referring to the king's DNA certification?" Chi Tianlei nodded and said, "If what I said just now made you feel wronged, I apologize to you. From the feeling, I also don't think that you're the kind of person who would use other people's family to gain wealth. However, as Xiao Dai said just now, we really don't have the courage to bear another disappointment or even despair. So, I have to rely on professional evidence." Chi nodded and said, "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll go with you." He also hoped that this matter could be put to an end, so that his heart could be at ease. Looking at his parents in front of him, his heart ached very, very much. They were orphans for 20 years. However, his parents were in front of him, but he still had to go through a lot of complicated things to verify whether he was their son or not. Chi Yu suddenly felt very discouraged. The family he had imagined did not appear, and his heart was almost unable to bear it. Now he even wanted to immediately return to the era of ancient beasts, so that he could escape from this atmosphere. He had no parents for 20 years. Even if he had them now, what was the point? If they could doubt him now, would they still doubt him in the future? Gently shaking his head, Chi Yu walked to Chi Tianlei's side and made a gesture to invite him. Chi Tianlei said, "You don't have to go specially. I brought the equipment today, and I only need to take a little of your blood sample for testing. Don't worry, this matter is related to whether you are my son or not. I will personally send the blood sample to the hospital for testing." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the bodyguard who followed him took out a syringe that seemed to be made of alloy and handed it over. Chi Yu took the syringe, and without even looking at it, he inserted it into his right arm. His brows slightly wrinkled. It was not the pain in his arm, but in his heart. His blood flowed into the syringe, but he did not feel much. It was not until the entire syringe was filled with his blood that he pulled out the syringe. He handed it back to Chi Tianlei's bodyguard. Chi Tianlei's face showed a trace of relief. Since Chi Yu dared to let him test the blood, it could already prove a lot of things. He smiled and said, "Today is the day you hold a press conference to officially announce the launch of the product. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm very interested in the products of your Kirin group, and now we can talk. If you are willing, regardless of the results of the test, we can carry out a certain degree of cooperation." Chi Yu looked at Chi Tianlei with a somewhat strange gaze and said, "Now you don't think I'm a liar? Do you think our company's products can really make money?" Chi Tianlei smiled and said, "Although I only saw the end of the previous promotional video, from the atmosphere shown in the promotional video, and the fact that your company dares to position its products at such a high level, I think you must have something to rely on. Moreover, Yu Guan works in your company, and I still believe in her vision. Moreover, Yu Guan works in your company. I believe in her foresight. At the same time, I also want to taste the characteristics of your company's products. At the same time, I also want to taste the characteristics of your company's products. At the same time, I also want to taste the characteristics of your company's products." Chi Yu slowly shook his head and said, "Cooperation is not needed. We are just a small, newly opened company. How can we be worthy of cooperating with a big company like Golden Valley? Moreover, I don't need charity or pity. Since I was a child, I don't need it any day of my life. Mr. Chi's purpose today has been achieved, so forgive me for not seeing you off." Looking at Chi Yu's somewhat indifferent face, Ing Xiaojie's tears flowed again in her eyes. On the contrary, Chi Tianlei's eyes showed a trace of appreciation. "Good, unyielding and unyielding, just like my style when I was young. I think the results will come out today. When we come again, maybe everything will be different." After saying that, he nodded to Chi Yu, pulled Ing Xiao Dai, and turned to walk outside. Chi Yu watched them leave the conference room. Only then did the cold expression on his face melt. He suddenly felt very tired. Ever since he obtained Kirin's thundercloud force, this was the first time he felt so tired. From the nervousness and excitement when he first learned about his parents to the disappointment now, everything happened so quickly. He would rather fight with Bull Demon King and Chi Yu a few times than to see such a thing happen again. Let the test be tested. He had endured too much. They said they didn't want to be disappointed again, but did they think about his feelings? He was an orphan for 20 years. He had no relatives since he was a child. How did he get through all those years? Did they know how much he had been looked down upon and how much he had suffered? The world was unfair to begin with. It didn't matter. Since they were willing to be tested, he would let them be. Chi Yu's heart was already a little cold. He didn't want to think about how he would face Chi Tianlei and Ing Xiao Dai in the future. He pulled a chair and sat down, quietly staring at the wall in front of him. A pair of warm and soft arms wrapped around Chi Yu's shoulders. "Don't think too much. The innocent will know their innocence. This is also a chance for you to verify whether they are your parents or not. Everyone has their own concerns. Moreover, your parents weren't ordinary people to begin with, right? You should be happy that you found them. Chiyu patted Snow Girl's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've thought it through. With you lovers and friends who can trust me and be with me, this life is enough. My parents gave birth to me, but it's been 20 years. Haven't I been alone? Let them doubt as much as they want. Snow Girl, the company's products are now officially on the market. The company will depend on you and Sister Yuguan. I want to go out for a walk. Recently, I've been working hard to cultivate. I want to take advantage of the time when Kirin Group is starting to develop. I want to relax." Snow Girl stuck her pretty face to Chiyu. "Are you running away?" Chiyu smiled and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who would run away?" The Snow Lady smiled faintly and said, "That's good. Go ahead then. I'll take care of everything at home. I'll definitely be a good wife to you. However, you have to keep your phone on at all times. I'll inform you as soon as there's good news." About an hour after the Kirin Group's press conference ended, reports from various major media outlets had already appeared. From TV, advertisements, newspapers, the internet, and so on, they entered people's field of vision. When many people first saw the quotations of the 3 series of fruits from Kirin Group, most people thought that Kirin Group was simply crazy. However, immediately after that, Kirin Group's promotional video brought a huge shock to people. Even those reporters who had seen a lot of the world were stimulated by their promotional video, let alone ordinary people. Xiao Lu's appearance in the 3 series left a deep impression on them. The visual impact of the 3 pure colors made people deeply remember the fruit in Xiao Lu's hand. Although they didn't even know what the name of the fruit was, as a promotional video, people didn't necessarily have to like it. Sometimes strong stimulation could also leave a deep impression on people. This impression was enough. The name Kirin Group, in just a few days, almost swept across the entire Yanhuang Republic, especially in Beijing. The news of the 3 series of fruits of Kirin Group and the dazzling promotional video, with the support of the group's unstinting marketing spending, were fully spread. On the first day of the press conference, Qilin Group sales were 0. How could people buy such expensive fruits? It was very difficult to make people buy such expensive fruits. However, from the second day, there were people who were curious about these expensive fruits. No matter in any country, there was no shortage of rich people, especially those who had money but had no place to spend it. The quantity of the first batch of products launched by Kirin Group was very limited. About 2,000 for each kind of ordinary fruit, and only 500 for each kind of Fruit King. The quantity was not much. When the goods were distributed to those high-end stores, there were only a few in each store. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. When the market was opened, the slow sales had already begun. Everything had begun to get on track. On the side of Kirin Group, with Snow Girl and Yu Guan as the leaders, the entire company had already been operating at a high speed. One had to know, the biggest advantage of Kirin Group was that their products did not have too much cost at all. How much could the packaging alone cost? Most of the cost was used for publicity. However, with the high price of the products in their hands, as long as a small part of the total product was sold, that would be a very high profit. The reason why Chiyu decided to distribute as little as possible in the first batch was to not waste the resources of the fruits that had already been brought back. After all, once the fruits were out of the cold storage, the preservation period was very limited. Another reason was that the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. He hoped that there would be a situation where there was a shortage of goods. In this case, naturally, there would be people looking for Kirin Group's fruits in the market. As long as the effects of the 3 series of more than 10 kinds of fruits were shown among the people who bought them, then, under the chain reaction, the number of people who bought them would only increase in the future. Once the domestic market was on track, then Kirin Group could start to develop the overseas market. Foreigners' money was what Chiyu wanted to earn the most. Without driving, Qiyu strolled alone on the streets of Beijing. He had been walking like this for a few hours. After letting Snow Girl take care of everything, he left Dragon Field Courtyard. For him, sleep itself was dispensable. Zhao Shi, walking slowly on the street, feeling the hustle and bustle of the big city, made his mood become calmer and calmer. A calm heart was what he needed the most right now. It had been a few hours since he left Dragon Field Courtyard. Qiyu was not worried about Kirin Group. After all, he was very confident in the unique, original, ecological fruit. As for the other things, he did not think too much about it. As long as he operated properly, making money was a matter of time. After walking for 3 hours, even Qiyu did not know what he was thinking. He just felt that his mood seemed to be a lot more relaxed. His parents seemed to have a tendency to accept him. He had thought it through. No matter what, they were his parents. Everything that happened before was because they were too afraid of being hurt. As for himself, since the past was in the past, under the arrangement of the heavens, he already had such powerful strength. Then, what else could he ask for? Therefore, Qiyu's mood was much calmer now, even calmer than before he went to the Ancient Beasts era. After thinking about his parents, for some reason, Qiyu's heart suddenly surged with the figure of Yamu. For Yamu, he had no other feelings except hatred, no matter why Yamu lied to him, no matter how difficult it was for him. After all, she had caused so much harm to him. If it was just harm to him, Qiyu might not hate Yamu as much as he did now. However, because of her, Klinsman, the Emperor's Heart, Snow Lotus King, and Wenting were dead. These 3 people were more important to him than the last. Moreover, they had all died for him. If it wasn't for the changes in Yamu, at least the Emperor's Heart, Snow Lotus King, and Wenting would still be alive. Although Qiyu had some helpless sympathy for Yamu deep in his heart, he could never forgive this woman. Revenge had to be taken, and he didn't care when it would end. His own woman had died because of that matter. If he didn't take revenge for her, then was he still a man? Thinking of this, a faint cold light flashed in Qiyu's eyes, and the emotions in his heart couldn't help but become cold. Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. That battle would determine the fate of him and Yamu. No matter how powerful she was, he would not retreat. At the same time, it was also a battle that represented the East and West Guardians. He couldn't lose, and he couldn't afford to lose. A strong confidence filled his whole body, and Qiyu could even feel the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, as if it was ready to drink blood. Perhaps he could let the guardians of the 12 constellations go, but he couldn't let Yamu off. Everything that Yamu had done was already irreversible. Tingtinga, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for you, and I will definitely work hard to raise my strength so that you can return to the human world as soon as possible. Thinking of Wenting, the coldness in Qiyu's heart melted, and in its place was endless gentleness. Wenting usually didn't speak much, and was always by his side gently. However, when it came to matters, the contrast between Yamu and Wenting was too strong. One used her own life as the price to obtain powerful strength, and the other? But she had used her own life in exchange for his. A woman was willing to die for him, and not even her corpse was left behind. What else was there to say about such feelings? In Qiyu's heart, Wenting had long been placed in the most important position. It wasn't just love, but also gratitude and a kind of kinship. When love was sublimated to kinship, then she was already like a part of Qiyu's body. The sky gradually darkened, and Qiyu looked up at the sky. The light in his eyes became much gentler, and he seemed to see Wenting's figure. As the sky darkened, the number of people on the streets gradually increased, and it was time to get off work. Qiyu slowly walked through the bustling crowd, and because of his head of white hair, he often became the focus of attention. With regards to this, Qiyu didn't pay much attention to it. If they wanted to look, then let them look. After all, they had their eyes on them. He suddenly felt that it was very comfortable to quietly think about things on his own. Some of the knots in his heart gradually unraveled as he continued to think. When he gradually swept away the various negative emotions in his heart, he began to focus on his own abilities. Chapter 242. The Xianyuan Sword Against the Pango Axe. Every time he thought of the collision between the two magical weapons, Qi Yu would unconsciously become excited. In the battle that day, even at the end, he believed that he could at least escape from Qi Yu. When one's strength reached a certain level, even if he met an opponent more powerful than himself, he might lose to the opponent in battle. But if he really wanted to escape, it would not be difficult. Qi Yu understood this very well. That was why he persisted until the end in the battle with Qi Yu. And the appearance of the Bull Demon King, it disrupted their final collision. However, it was also because of his appearance that Qi Yu once again deeply understood the terror of absolute strength. The Bull Demon King was only empty-handed, but he left Qi Yu without the slightest ability to resist. How could such a powerful strength be explained? It could only prove that he was too powerful. Thinking of this, even Qi Yu himself felt that it was nonsense. In Qi Yu's heart, the target he had always aimed at was the Bull Demon King. Back then, when he accepted the Bull Demon King as an envoy, although it was an accident, but in a sense luck definitely played a huge role. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. With the Bull Demon King's strength, if he had moved a little slower, or if the Bull Demon King was not so arrogant, perhaps everything would have been different, and there would not be the current Qi Yu. A faint light shone in his eyes. When would he be able to really fight against the Bull Demon King? He would probably have to learn at least the first 6 of the 8 laws of Xianyuan and have enough energy to use them. After seeing the battle between Qi Yu and the Bull Demon King, Qi Yu's estimation of the Bull Demon King increased a little. Right now, the thing that made him feel the most hopeless was that although his strength was improving through continuous cultivation, it was not enough to make him stronger. But the Bull Demon King was also improving. Moreover, the Bull Demon King was training in his body at every moment. Once he really found a way to break the life and death domain, then he would face a devastating blow. For some reason, Qi Yu vaguely sensed that although the life and death domain seemed to be absolute, but sooner or later, the Bull Demon King would completely crush it. What he needed to do was to truly possess the strength to fight against the Bull Demon King before that day came. At that time, not only would he no longer have to fear this enemy, but he would also have a true messenger. In the battle with Qi Yu's mastery of the Xianyuan sword had improved a lot without the help of the Xianyuan sword. After all, there were not many enemies who were worthy of him using the Xianyuan sword. At the same time, Qi Yu also realized that a calm mind was extremely important in a battle with a powerhouse. It was just like when he faced the archangel summoned by the 4 cardinals of the Vatican in London. If he had not used up too much energy due to demonization, and if he had not destroyed the 1,000 opportunities ever-changing Xuanji domain prematurely without control, perhaps the final situation would not have happened. If he still had 30% of his strength left, it would not have been so easy for Yamu to get her way. A calm mind and powerful strength, this was what a true powerhouse should have. Raising his head to look at the sky, Qi Yu pondered for a moment. Not only did his mood lighten up, but he also had the urge to cultivate. Return to the Dragon Field courtyard? Yes, let's go back. There were too many people on the street, and he definitely could not use his flying ability. He looked around to see if he could find a dark corner, and then use Kirin to conceal himself before flying back to the Dragon Field courtyard to train. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in front of him. Seeing that figure, Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was not only a familiar figure, but also a familiar aura. It was as if something was tugging at his heart, and he subconsciously followed. It was obviously a woman. She was tall and slender, with a pair of slender thighs perfectly outlined by her jeans. She was wearing a white tracksuit. Although it was a little bulky, it did not affect the beauty of her alluring figure. She wore the latest sports cap on her head, which completely covered her hair and at the same time revealed her slender, swan-like neck. Her snow-white skin was almost the same as the tracksuit on her upper body. Looking at it from afar, one could still feel how delicate it was. Chi-Yu quickened his pace. From the first few hundred meters, he gradually closed in. As he got closer and closer to the girl in front of him, the familiar feeling in his heart became clearer and clearer. However, until now, he still could not tell who this person was. Chi-Yu quickened his pace. The girl in front of him did not know if someone was following her, but she also quickened her pace. In the bustling crowd, Chi-Yu could not just run to catch up with her, so the distance between the two of them was maintained. It did not get closer, nor did it get further. What surprised Chi-Yu was that the girl seemed to have some sort of magical power that allowed her to pass through the dense flow of people. Even though she was passing through the dense crowd, her footsteps were unhindered. Chi-Yu could not see her face, but from the majority of the people in front of him, he could tell that the girl's appearance, whether beautiful or ugly, was very extraordinary. The two of them walked like this. As the two of them walked, Chi-Yu followed them until the girl suddenly walked into a shopping mall. Chi-Yu was a little anxious. After all, there would be more people in the shopping mall, and it would be very easy to lose her. He subconsciously spread out his spiritual power and locked on to the girl's figure. Once again, he quickened his pace to catch up. As soon as they entered the shopping mall, Chi-Yu was stunned. He was surprised to find that the spiritual power that he had locked on to the girl had been transferred to another person. It was obviously not the same person. This was because the person who had been transferred to was a man, and his figure was very different from the previous girl. What was going on? First, it failed on Chi-Yu, and now it failed on a girl. Could it be that his spiritual power had really declined? That was impossible. During the month of training in the ancient behemoth period, he had used his spiritual power to control the energy of the source of nature to transform the bodies of his comrades in the Zodiac army every day. Whether it was in terms of overall strength or control of his spiritual power, he had made a lot of progress compared to before. Could it be that everything he saw just now was an illusion? Or the girl that he had just followed was not human at all? Thinking of this, a faint sense of fear rose in Chi-Yu's heart. He understood that even if the other party was not a living being, with the strength of his spiritual power, he was still left behind by the other party. Then, even if this person's strength was not comparable to Chi-Yu, she would not be any weaker than him. After all, she was not a special creature like that May. Thinking of this, the emotional changes in Chi-Yu's heart became more obvious. He subconsciously walked forward. Without his spiritual power to follow, he could only rely on his vision to find her. Of course, the chances of finding her were very slim. Subconsciously, Chi-Yu knew that the other party had obviously discovered him. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared. His current physical and energy condition were very normal. It was impossible for him to be hallucinating. However, who was that girl? Thinking of this, Chi-Yu's body suddenly trembled. Could it be her? Was it Yamu? Among the girls that he knew, it seemed that only she could reach this level of strength. Could it be that she came to the Yanhuang Republic to find him? What seemed to be her goal? Did she want to destroy him before the Everest promise arrived? If she brought all the constellation guardians this time, coupled with her powerful strength, it was not impossible. However, very soon, Chi-Yu erased this thought. It could not be Yamu. He was very familiar with Yamu's aura and temperament. Yamu's temperament was very noble, especially that faintly discernible sacred aura. It was impossible for anyone to imitate it, and it was also impossible for her to completely hide it. The girl that he followed just now did not have that temperament. Instead, she gave off a very lively feeling. She seemed to be a girl with a lively personality. If that was the case, then his judgment should have become a lot more correct. Thinking of this, the light in Chi-Yu's eyes became stronger. He secretly decided that no matter what, he had to find this person. Now that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors had finally gotten on the right track, and their overall strength had increased, he did not want a potential threat to be by his side. "Hi." A soft voice suddenly sounded behind Chiyu without warning. He almost subconsciously took a step forward, and the thundercloud force in his body suddenly burst forth and condensed on Kieran's arm. In just an instant he had already turned around. His speed was so fast that even an ordinary person's eyes could not catch him. It was as if he was facing behind him previously. It was her, the girl from just now. She was wearing a baseball cap and casual clothes. At the same time, she also had a moving, angelic face. Those familiar pink eyes and moving, gentle expression immediately evoked Chi-Yu's memories. "It's you." Chi-Yu said in surprise. The girl smiled and said, "Isn't it me? I finally found you. I can't believe you still remember me and knew to follow me. Let's go, there's a cafe over there. How about we go and have a seat?" As she spoke, she had already walked towards the cafe. Following behind the girl, Chi-Yu's heart was in turmoil. No wonder her aura felt so familiar. It turned out to be her. The girl that appeared in front of Chi-Yu was extremely familiar. She was the girl that he had saved in Hell City, the headquarters of the Dark Parliament, Langere. Langere's aura seemed to be more restrained than the last time he saw her, but her appearance was still so attractive. From the visual and aura, although she and Yamu were completely different, the attractiveness that she brought to Chi-Yu was not any less than Yamu. Why did she come to the capital of the Yanhuang Republic? And she even found me. That day, she should have been captured by the Dark Parliament. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu could not help but feel a little guilty. After receiving Langere's warning that day, he immediately returned to London. So many things happened after that, and he even forgot about this girl. This should not have happened. She had helped him, but he did not rescue her from Hell City. It was really shameful. However, at this moment, Chi-Yu could not help but doubt Langere's identity. Wasn't she captured by the Dark Parliament? Why is she here? Moreover, what happened after I was defeated by the terrifying Great Demon King that day? Could it be that the Dark Parliament was so kind as to let me go? This was simply too unbelievable. However, since Langere was already here, she would definitely answer these questions for me. While thinking, Chi-Yu had already followed Langere to the cafe. Langere found a remote corner and sat down. At this time, there were quite a lot of people in the cafe, and it was a little noisy. Chi-Yu walked to Langere and sat down opposite her. Langere subconsciously pulled the brim of her hat to cover her charming face. Taotaro National Day special update. The waiter walked over and asked, "What would the two of you like to drink?" Chi-Yu gestured to Langere to have a drink. Langere smiled and said, "Give me a cup of Blue Mountain. What about you?" Chi-Yu said, "I want a bottle of beer." He had always had a mediocre feeling towards coffee, mainly because he did not have a good taste. He had never been to a cafe before, and he did not want to embarrass himself in front of Langere. Therefore, he still ordered a bottle of beer that he was more used to. The waiter went to get the drinks. Langere leaned forward and used her arms to support herself on the table. She held her beautiful face that only Chi-Yu could see and said with a smile, "Are you wondering why I came to look for you?" Chi-Yu nodded honestly. Langere giggled and said, "I can tell you, but you have to answer a question of mine first." Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "What question?" Langere pointed at his heart and said, "Did you miss me?" Chi-Yu looked at this passionate beauty in surprise and said, This. Although he was good at making up stories, he did not know why, looking at Langere, he really could not lie to her. Indeed, he did not think of Langere at all. Langere pouted her charming red lips and said, "I know you have no conscience. You did not miss me at all. Humph. How are you going to compensate me?" Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Whatever you say. But why did you come to look for me?" "I'm really sorry at that time. Because of some things that happened later on, I did not return to the Dark Council to look for you. After returning to the Yanhuang Republic, my heart has been very restless, I'm sorry. Langere did not show any dissatisfaction. She still looked at Chiyu with a smile on her face and said, "Let bygones be bygones. However, you have to tell me now. Then do you miss me now?" Chiyu looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you sitting right across from me? Why do you ask?" Langere said innocently, "I don't care, you have to tell me if you miss me or not." Chiyu said helplessly, "Yes, of course I miss you. You're so beautiful." Although he said that he was subconsciously on guard in his heart. After his experience with Yamu, the current Chiyu was different from before. He would not want to do anything with a beauty the moment he saw her. Instead, he had a feeling of avoiding her. A beauty like Langere. Her lethality was too great. Langere smiled slightly and said, "Consider yourself lucky. A few days ago, I suddenly felt that your aura was unstable a few times. Sometimes it even completely disappeared. Why is that? It wasn't until a few days ago that I felt your aura again. I was worried about you, so I specially came here to look for you." Hearing her words, Chiyu couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that Langere was in the Dark Parliament back then. Germany was very far away from the Yanhuang Republic. For her to be able to feel his aura, how powerful was that? Since she had such a powerful strength, how could she be controlled by the Dark Parliament? Thinking of this, the vigilance in Chiyu's heart couldn't help but become even stronger and said in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Langere pursed her lips and said, "Why are you so fierce? I specially came to the Yanhuang Republic to see you. Is this your attitude?" Looking at her wronged look, no matter how vigilant Chiyu was, he really couldn't say anything cold. He helplessly said, "All right, I was wrong. But Miss Langere, don't you feel that the feeling you gave me is too shocking? Who exactly are you? If I guessed correctly, I was able to leave the Dark Parliament back then because of you. Since you saved me before, I really hope to be able to treat you as a friend. But if I don't even know who you are, how can I rest assured to treat you as a friend?" Langere glared at Chiyu and said, "Do you think I'm that Athena of yours? I'm not as bad as she is." Hearing this, Chiyu's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly stood up from his seat and said coldly, "How do you know about me and Yamu?" At this moment, the waiter just happened to come over and put the drinks they ordered on the table. Looking at Chiyu's unfriendly expression, the waiter couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. After putting down the drinks and leaving, he muttered to himself, "Men nowadays, they have such a beautiful girlfriend, but they still aren't satisfied and can actually get angry. Really." Langere looked at the frowning Chiyu and waved her hand at him. "All right, you can sit down first. Of course, I'm here for something. You'll know who I am once I'm done talking. Don't you think it's very rude to treat a girl like this?" Chiyu took a deep breath. After all, Yamu could be said to be the eternal pain in his heart. Being suddenly mentioned by the other party, coupled with the fact that Langere was too mysterious in his heart, he had such an extreme reaction. At this moment, hearing Langere's words, he gradually restrained the emotions in his heart and slowly sat back in his original seat, a faint light flashing in his eyes. He tried to maintain his calm and said, "All right, then I will wait for your explanation. Since you know so many things, I must have done something superfluous back then in the Dark Parliament, right?" Langere smiled slightly and said, "How can you say that? I am also very grateful to you. At the very least, it proves that you have a kind heart. In the past, I have never liked kind people, but I don't know why. After you saved me, the feeling you gave me was completely different. Even when you took away the lotus that helped me cultivate, I was not angry. In the end, I even let you go." By now, Chiyu had understood many things. Since Langere was able to make decisions in the Dark Parliament, it was clear how high her position was. At least in the Dark Parliament, her position was only slightly lower than that of the Dark Parliament. "Then may I ask, young lady, what is your position in the Dark Parliament? Are you the daughter of the Dark Parliament's leader or his woman?" Chi Yu's eyes were cold as he looked at Lung Er. Lung Er snorted disdainfully and said, "Him? Is he worthy? I do not belong to the Dark Parliament, but I can control everything there. If I tell you like this, can you understand?" A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Chi Yu said in a low voice, "Then when you captured the Emperor Heart, Snow Lotus King, you were the one who ordered it to be done." Lung Er was taken aback for a moment. "I ordered it?" Lung Guer was taken aback. She said, "I ordered him? I hadn't even been to the Dark Council back then." The killing intent in Chi Yu's eyes intensified. "You're lying. If that's the case, why are you cultivating with the help of the Emperor Heart, Snowy Lotus King, and not the other members of the Dark Council?" Lung Er's eyes flashed with anger. "This is the first time someone has doubted my words. There was no need for me to lie at all. So what if I did it? The reason the Dark Parliament gave me the Snow Lotus was because he discovered that the energy it emitted could play a certain supporting role in my cultivation. If it weren't for that lotus, I wouldn't have joined the Dark Parliament. As for how they got that lotus, I have no idea at all." Chi Yu's mind power was very strong. Looking into the other party's eyes, it was easy to discern the truth of the other party's words. However, the Lung Er in front of him was too mysterious, especially when there was no trace of energy emitting from her body. This made Chi Yu's heart even more uncertain, and he would not believe her words. "No matter what, you and the Dark Council are one. But the Dark Council harmed the Emperor Heart, Snowy Lotus King's family. At least we can't be friends. If you came to kill me or want me to do something for you, then you can go, or you can do it now." Lung Er looked at Chi Yu's cold eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. The aggrieved light in her eyes made Chi Yu's heart soften. But only for a moment. He absolutely would not let himself be lost again because of a woman. Coldly snorting, he said, "Whatever you say. What do you want to do now? You can say it." Lung Er took a deep breath, calming the anger in her heart. She calmed the anger in her heart. Since young, she had been spoiled, and this was the first time a man treated her with such an attitude. The gentleness that Chi Yu used to treat her had disappeared. Looking at this despicable guy in front of her, she wanted to kill him immediately. But it was just a thought. Every time she thought of how Chi Yu protected her in the Dark Council, she could not harden her heart. "Well, if that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. This time, I came to the Yanhuang Republic not to kill you, nor do I want you to do anything for us. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it back in the Dark Council. Why would I wait until now? At the same time, I have no intention of asking you to do anything. I just think that you are a good person, so I want to cooperate with you. With our strong alliance, it will be much easier to do anything in this world. I know that those people in Greece and the Vatican have caused great harm to you. Regrettably, I thought that with your strength, even if you could not defeat them, you would at least be able to protect yourself. But who knew that you would be in a desperate situation because of a woman? When I found out about everything, it was too late even if I wanted to rush over, so you almost lost your life. But now it's different. Not only have you recovered your previous strength, but you are even stronger than before. If we cooperate now, you can immediately return to Europe with me. With our help, we will definitely be able to sweep away all the obstacles in the shortest time possible. Athena is nothing. If you want, you can totally make her surrender to you." Chi Yu looked at Lung Er, who was in front of him, and could not believe that such words came from the mouth of a girl with such a beautiful appearance. But when Lung Er said this, her expression was still so gentle, and there was not a trace of fierceness. The feeling that she gave Chi Yu was terrifying. At this moment, although Lung Er was still very attractive, Chi Yu was already immune to her. Chi Yu took a sip of beer and said indifferently, "Then how do you want me to cooperate with you? I think that in this world there is no free lunch. Since you are willing to help me sweep away the obstacles, then you must want something from me." Lung Er nodded and said, "You are really smart. It feels good to talk to a smart person. We naturally do not have any conditions to help you. However, as a partner, if we need your help, we hope that you can help us without any conditions, just like we do. Chi, you looked at her coldly and said, "Then what might you need my help in the future? Since you want to cooperate with me, you should at least let me know what the content of the cooperation is." Of course, Lanier didn't think that Chi was going to agree to her proposal, but she still explained, "Yes, the power we possess is greater than you can imagine, although you are already very strong. However, your strength is only comparable to 2 Fear Demon Kings at most. If 3 Fear Demon Kings appear at the same time, you won't be able to contend against them. I mean the Demon King of Fear on this level, not the real Demon King of Fear. After all, the power they could exert in this world was extremely limited. If it's a real Fear Demon King, I'm afraid that with your current strength, you won't even be able to defeat one of them. However, the reason why we chose to cooperate with you is because of our personal relationship. I like you." Hearing Lung Er say that she liked him, Chiyu did not feel any excitement. Instead, a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. Wasn't Yama the same? Although the way they expressed it was different, the meaning they wanted to express was exactly the same. What was the final result? Even the successor of goddess Athena could trap him like that, let alone this woman from the Dark Parliament. "I'm sorry, I already have my own woman. Is there any other reason?" Chi-Yu said calmly. Lanier looked at Chi-Yu and said, "Of course I know that you already have a woman. However, this doesn't conflict with me liking you. As for the other reasons, it's even simpler. First, it's because we can see that you are an absolute powerhouse in the East. At the same time, you have a lot of power in the East, which is what we need. After all, we are not familiar with the East of this world. Secondly, we are interested in the potential that you have. I can clearly see that although your current strength can't be said to be the strongest in the universe, one day you will become a super powerhouse in this world. Your potential is so great that you are the strongest I have ever seen. Are these 2 reasons enough?" Taotaro National Day Special Update Chapter 243 Lanier said very frankly, "If you want to understand it that way, there's nothing wrong with that. When our power is fully displayed, even the Vatican and Greece in the West won't be able to stop us. When the West is unified, we will naturally have to turn our attention to the vast East. Although it's very easy for us to deal with everything with our strength, we're not familiar with the East, and we really need a guide. And the cooperation I'm talking about is that I hope you can be this guide. At the same time, I also hope that you can join us and become one of us." Chi-Yu's eyes lit up. "You want me to become a member of the Dark Parliament? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Lanier was already somewhat unable to control her emotions. "Ridiculous? I don't think it's ridiculous at all, because I have never wanted you to join the Dark Parliament. As long as you are willing to join us, I can give you more power than the Dark Parliament, and I can also further improve your strength so that you have the power to control this world. When this world is completely under our control, I can even make you the sole ruler of this world. Are these generous conditions not enough to move me?" Although Chi-Yu looked calm on the surface, a storm was set off in his heart. Lanier's tone was too big, not to mention that she just said that she could sweep the West under the protection of the Vatican and Yamu, but she could simply decide to let him be the ruler after they unified everything. This was enough to prove how terrifying her identity was. Even if it was just a temporary lie, she needed a strong backing to let her decide the entire world's problems in such a relaxed tone. Seeing that Chi-Yu did not speak, the light in Lanier's eyes became even more gentle. She stretched out a slender palm, using her soft hand to hold Chi-Yu's hand that was holding the beer bottle, and said softly, "Do you know why I did this? Because your figure has long been imprinted in the depths of my heart. When you did not forget to protect me under the threat of the Fear Demon King, my heart was already filled with you. So, I am willing to do all this for you, and not use any means of threat to make you surrender. Indeed, in a sense, if not for Lanier, the Covenant of Darkness would have already destroyed the huge threat that was Chiyu. If it weren't for Lungair, Chiyu wouldn't have been able to rush to London at the last moment to save Christie and Ming. Chiyu's gaze softened. The hand that Lungair held on to felt very comfortable. This was something he had to admit. Yes, you did let me go that time. He also gave me some very important information. However, I can't become your puppet just because of this. Lungair was a little anxious. She held on to Chiyu's hand tightly. How could it be a puppet? You still don't understand what I've said? I want you to be my husband. Then let us control this world together. Are you afraid that your wife will harm you? As for your lovers, I won't hurt them. I just want them to be your women. However, the one who can truly be your wife can only be me. When she said this, Chiyu suddenly felt that Lungair was looking down on him, as if he should feel honored to be his wife. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Lungair, no matter what, I owe you a favor. So, when you're around, I can take a step back. I can back down once. I can even help you once. However, it's impossible for you to covet the East. As the guardian of the East, I will never allow anyone to threaten the East. Although I don't know what your organization is doing, I can be sure that if the East falls into your hands, it will bring a huge disaster to the East. As for the West, I won't care, nor am I willing to care. It's not within my jurisdiction. Whether it's the Greeks or the Vatican, they have nothing to do with me. If you're willing to touch them, I'm very happy. However, it's impossible for the East. If you really want to harm the East, then we can only be enemies. I will destroy all of you here at all costs. Towards the end, Chiyu's voice was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Chiyu looked at Lungair and thought about what she said. It was impossible for him to have any chance to cooperate with her anymore. After all, no matter what Lungair had done for him, she belonged to the dark world after all. As the guardian of the East, as the heir of Kirin's bloodline, even if she belonged to the West, he couldn't abandon the dignity of the guardian of the East. Lungair looked at Chiyu, let go of her hand, and said indifferently, "Don't you want to marry me?" Chiyu shook his head and said ruthlessly, "I don't want to. I can't give all my lovers a title, and I can't let their emotions suffer any more. Because of what happened with Yamu, I decided that from then on, I would never have another woman. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't and I don't want to. Because I don't want to see my lovers hurt because of me, even a little bit." A cold light flashed in Lungair's eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill them? You should know that I have that kind of strength." Chiyu snorted coldly. "If you really do that, you will regret it." "What a joke! I have lived for so long, and I have never known what regret is." "Chiyu, don't you want to know who I am? Well, I will tell you now. I think, after you know who I am, maybe you will change your mind." As she said that, Lungair flipped her palm over, her palm facing upwards. A black aura floated above her palm, slowly condensing into a pair of black wings. From the looks of it, it was exactly the same as the wings on the back of the great Demon King, just that it was in a smaller form. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat as he asked in astonishment, "Could it be that you are also in existence like the terrifying great Demon King?" Lungair shook her head and said indifferently, "They are just my subordinates. In your Eastern language, my surname is Sa. My full name should be Sa Lungair. Coming from the real hell, having a subordinate like the great Demon King, surnamed Sa." The light in Chiyu's eyes was filled with shock. What relationship do you have with the legendary Lord of Hell, Satan?" Lungair smiled sweetly and said, "You finally remembered? We are not an organization, but a plane, and this plane is called Hell. The great Demon King Satan that you are talking about is my father. I am his only daughter, the Princess of Hell, Sa Lungair." "Princess of Hell?" Chiyu looked at Lungair in shock. Although he already had a high estimation of Lungair's identity, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Satan's daughter, and even said that she wanted to marry him. With her identity, it was already comparable to the divinity that Yamu inherited. Moreover, she was not the power of inheritance, but the real Satan's daughter, demon's daughter. Such an identity. Then what she said about ruling the entire world was easy to understand. Chi, you thought of 4 words, and that was, hell descends. You guys want to come to the human realm? Chi Yu's voice became a little hoarse. Ling'er said, why not? This has always been my father's wish, and this moment is coming soon. Her eyes flashed with hope as she looked at Chi Yu. She continued, now will you change your decision? I think that no matter how confident you are in your own strength, you can't possibly think that you can fight against the entire hell with just your strength. Not even the entire hell. Just my guardian angel is not something you can handle. He has already descended into this world, and he is not like the great demon king, who only sent a portion of his power. With all of his power, he is at least the strongest person in this world. Chi Yu quietly looked at Ling'er, all sorts of thoughts surging in his mind. His silence did not last for too long. It's a pity. Whether you are the daughter of God or the daughter of Satan, it has nothing to do with me. I won't take back what I've said. No matter what you do in the West, whether it is hell descending or ruling the West, it has nothing to do with me. However, if you threaten the East, then please step over my dead body. A sharp aura emanated from Chi Yu's body. It was the power of the Xianyuan sword. The huge amount of energy was confined to a small area, enveloping Ling'er's delicate body. Ling'er looked at Chi Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. She did not even resist the aura that Chi Yu emitted. She lightly shook her head. Do you think that this will solve everything? This time, since I have come, I have my own mission. Although I love you if you threaten our world, then I will not hesitate to kill you. Think about it carefully. I will give you 1 more day. I hope you can change your mind. Otherwise, I will wait for you at the Tianxiang mountain in the capital. If you don't come, then the capital will be destroyed. Standing up, Ling'er did not even take a sip of the Blue Mountain coffee in front of her. She turned and left the cafe. Chi Yu's heart sank as he watched her figure, filled with sorrow. What kind of powerhouse was the Princess of Hell? Could he really defeat Ling'er? Chi Yu did not know. He did not know at all. However, at the same time, he had no intention of retreating. If she wanted to fight, then let's fight. At least, he would not embarrass the Eastern Guardian. At this moment, Chi Yu could not help but feel that his power was somewhat insignificant. He even thought to himself, why didn't the god of the East descend to the human world? The burden on my shoulders has become heavier. Just as Master Zagru had said, what I have to face is not only everything in the East, but also the entire world that can threaten the East. Still sitting in the cafe, Chi Yu did not leave his seat for a long time. The beer bottle in his hand was already empty. When he stood up from his seat, the light in his eyes became even more resolute, incomparably resolute. As the owner of the Xianyuan sword, I will not be afraid of anything. What will come will come. Ling'er, let me see everything you have. Let me see what the true power of hell is. Taking firm steps, Chi Yu left the cafe and found a dark corner to hide. Since a great battle was imminent, he needed to make use of every moment to cultivate. Returning to the Dragon Field courtyard, Chi Yu did not even enter from the front door. Instead, he flew directly through the window and returned to his room. He told Snow Girl, who had already returned, that he was going to cultivate behind closed doors and not let anyone disturb him until tomorrow night. When Chi Yu had just begun his cultivation, 2 guests had already arrived at the Dragon Field courtyard. Uncle Zhou led them to the villa's hall. He did not know that Chi Yu had already returned, so he directly told Snow Girl about the arrival of guests. It was none other than Chi Tianlei and Ning Xiaodai. Their efficiency has always been very high. An examination center had been especially busy for the whole afternoon for Chi Yu's blood. Using all kinds of cutting-edge testing methods, they compared the blood samples of Chi Yu and Chi Tianlei. In the end, there was only one result. Although Chi Yu's blood was somewhat different from ordinary people, it was completely certain that his blood was exactly the same as Chi Tianlei's blood. This naturally proved the relationship between them. Miss Snow Girl. Chi Tianlei could not wait to greet Snow Girl, who was coming down from upstairs. Snow Girl saw them and couldn't help but ask with some surprise, "Is the result out? Please sit down." Ing Xiao Dai hurriedly came in front of Snow Girl and said, "No, we won't sit. Where is Chi Yu? We asked him to come down to see us. The result is already out. It turns out that he really is our son. My poor child." At this point, Ing Xiao Dai was already sobbing. 20 years ago, their business had already had a lot of momentum. Under the husband and wife's united efforts, the company had the embryonic form of the Golden Grain Group. It was also at this time that they were overjoyed with Lin Lin. Just when they were at the peak of their excitement, they lost their son, who was not even a month old. All along, Chi Tianlei and Ing Xiao Dai had spent a lot of effort in the process of searching for Chi Yu, but to no avail. They even searched abroad. This process lasted for a full 5 years. Updated on Tao Taro's National Day, although they were unwilling to give up, the result was cruel. There was no news of their son in the end. And on this day, when they no longer had any illusions, their son suddenly appeared in front of them, alive. And because of their suspicions, their son was wronged again. At this moment, the husband and wife were extremely excited and complicated. They could not wait to see Chi Yu and tell him the good news. They also hoped to be able to compensate Chi Yu at all times. They wanted to use any method to impose the familial love that they had owed him for 20 years on their son. Although they were unwilling to give up, the result was cruel. There was no news of their son in the end. And on this day, when they no longer had any illusions, their son suddenly appeared in front of them, alive. And because of their suspicions, their son was wronged again. At this moment, the husband and wife were extremely excited and complicated. They could not wait to see Chi Yu and tell him the good news. They also hoped to be able to compensate Chi Yu at all times. They wanted to use any method to impose the familial love that they had owed him for 20 years on their son. When Snow Girl heard Ing Xiaodia's words, she could not help but be overjoyed. "Really? That's great. Chi, you will definitely be very happy. That's great. Chi Yu has parents." She could not help but jump in excitement. Chi Yu had parents. Then he was no longer an orphan. She could not be more familiar with the feeling of losing parents, especially for an orphan like Chi Yu, who had not been loved by his parents since he was young. When his biological parents appeared, how excited would he be? "Uncle, Auntie, wait a moment, I will help you call him." With that said, Snow Girl turned and ran upstairs. She had only run a few steps when she subconsciously stopped. There was a trace of hesitation in her eyes. "Sorry, Uncle, Auntie. Just now, Chi Yu told me that he will be meditating for a period of time until tomorrow night. Since you are his parents, I am not afraid to tell you that Chi Yu is not an ordinary person. He needs to cultivate." Chi Tianlei and Ing Xiao Dai could not help but be greatly disappointed. Chi Tianlei hurriedly said, "Can't he cultivate for a day less? It was not easy for us to find him. I really hope that our family can be reunited as soon as possible." Snow Girl softly sighed. "Uncle, to be honest, it should be Chi Yu who found you. After you left today, he was in a very bad mood. Moreover, he is most afraid of being disturbed when he is cultivating." Ing Xiao Dai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chi Tianlei, who gently shook his head. Ing Xiao Dai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chi Tianlei, who shook his head gently. "We've already waited for so long. Do we still care about this day? Xiao Dai, let's go back. We already owe our son too much. Are we going to let him take the risk of injuring his body to acknowledge us? Furthermore, since our son has appeared, we have to go back and make arrangements. We must repay him double what belongs to our son. Right now, Chi Tianlei and Ing Xiao Dai were very impulsive. If Chi Yu was in front of them, they would even find a way to get the moon for him. To them, Chi Yu's appearance was akin to having a son in their old age. The greatest regret in his life would be made up for. They were even willing to use every minute of the rest of their lives to make up for the 20 years they owed Chi Yu. Even though Ing Xiao Dai was reluctant, however, she and Qi Tianlei were indeed tycoons in the business world, and they were able to control their emotions very well. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the tears on her face and gently nodded. Yes, we can't disturb him anymore. Let's wait for him to wake up. Tianlei, do you think he will forgive us? Qi Tianlei gently hugged his wife's waist and smiled. He will, he definitely will. After all, our blood flows in his body. If he doesn't forgive us, he won't take the initiative to look for us. I will do my best to make up for everything he has lost. I think as long as he knows the truth, he will definitely forgive us for our mistakes. After so many years, we can finally break free from the pain of losing our son. Our child, we will wait for you. Qi Yu was cultivating in his room and did not know anything about the outside world. Now, when he was cultivating in order to pursue the best effect, he would completely withdraw his spiritual power and wholeheartedly direct the thundercloud force in his body to operate and absorb the energy molecules in the air. Because the natural energy of modern times was far less than that of the ancient beasts. Therefore, what Qi Yu was cultivating now was naturally not his natural source, but the 4 types of thundercloud force that were the origin of Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. There was only 1 day left, and it was obviously impossible for him to improve to the 8th cloud. There was still a huge difference between the 7th cloud and the 8th cloud. It was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, Qi Yu also had his ways to make this day not a waste. During the ancient beasts, when he used his powerful spiritual power and the energy of the natural source to help everyone absorb the essence of heaven and earth in the frozen spring, he also absorbed the most. Although Qi Yu did not pay much attention at that time, as the body of the natural source, his body naturally filtered and absorbed the essence of the frozen spring, leaving behind a large amount of energy essence. Although the energy in the frozen spring was almost very pure and peaceful, it existed in the form of water elements after all. Therefore, in this peaceful energy, although the attributes were very small, it was pure water elements which were more inclined to the water attribute. Therefore, after absorbing the energy, the Luo family in the Zodiac army had the most obvious improvement in strength. Their abilities were of the water attribute. At this time, Qi Yu was cultivating the water thundercloud force, which was one of the 4 types of thundercloud force that he had. When he was cultivating during the ancient beasts era, Qi Yu had already discovered that his water thundercloud force was much stronger than the other types of thundercloud force because of the energy in the frozen spring. Moreover, he did not completely absorb the water attribute aura in the frozen spring, because he hoped that his 4 types of thundercloud force could be cultivated at the same time. That way, the effect would be better when he cultivated as a whole. However, it was different now. In order to obtain more energy in a short time, Qi Yu decided to cultivate his water thundercloud force as much as possible. Today, Qi Yu decided to cultivate his water thundercloud force as much as possible. Although the improvement of a single type of thundercloud force could not improve his overall strength, it could at least make a breakthrough in 1 type of thundercloud force. Of course, it was impossible to achieve this through cultivation alone. However, it would be different if he could absorb the energy and transform it into his thundercloud force. Therefore, what Qi Yu was doing now was to completely absorb the water attribute aura left by the frozen spring and assimilate it with his water thundercloud force to see to what extent his strength could be improved. His mental strength was divided into 2 parts according to the ratio of 2 to 8. 20% of his mental strength was responsible for completely converging the other energy in his dantian and condensing it as much as possible, while the remaining 80% of his mental strength was completely used on the water thundercloud force. At this time, in his jade-green meridians, formed by the source of nature, there was a flowing blue liquid. What flowed was a completely blue liquid. It was the enormous concentrated form of water cloud power. While absorbing the water element molecules in the air, Qi Yu quickly absorbed every part of the aura of the frozen spring that spread in his body. Relying on this absorption, He clearly felt that the water thundercloud force in his body became colder and colder. With the help of the source of nature, the cold aura gradually transformed into his own water thundercloud force, making the water thundercloud force in the process of constantly strengthening. When the cultivation was on the right track, Chiyu entered a meditative state. Only in this way could he better absorb and transform the energy. This absorption and transformation process had long been completely controlled by his mental strength under his deliberate arrangement. He did not need to pay more attention to it, and it could still achieve the same effect, or even better. After a whole day of cultivation, Chiyu used his mental strength to set a time similar to a biological clock. When he woke up from the cultivation, the sky outside was dark blue, and it was just the evening of the next day. One day, a whole day of cultivation. At this time, Chiyu was full of surprise, because he was surprised to find that the water thundercloud force in his body had actually changed qualitatively. The originally blue liquid had turned into an icy green color, and the speed at which it flowed was noticeably slower. Within the icy white liquid, there were many very faint blue particles, like small blue beads, flowing in the liquid. The speed of the flow had changed, but Chiyu knew that his water thundercloud force had become more condensed than before. The feeling of being full of water attribute had greatly nourished all the meridians in his body. It should be known that there were two things that plants needed the most. One was sunlight, and the other was water. Therefore, the improvement of the water thundercloud force in Chiyu's body also imperceptibly expanded his source of nature energy. Under the effect of these two mutually reinforcing energies, the biggest benefit that he obtained was the substantial improvement of his own recovery ability. Kirin's marrow washing and tendon changing technique that the source of nature and the water thundercloud force could perform could quickly heal the body's injuries. The simultaneous improvement of these two abilities immediately improved Chiyu's self-healing ability by a whole level. At the same time, although Chiyu was not completely sure, the change in the quality of his water thundercloud force made him understand that one of his 4 thundercloud force, the softest thundercloud force, was very likely to have been upgraded to the 8 cloud realm. The difference between 8 cloud and 7 cloud was also like the difference between clouds and mud. After being upgraded to 8 cloud, he was more confident in the upcoming battle. The energy in the icy spring was indeed miraculous. Just a small portion of the water attribute energy was able to increase his strength by a whole level. In fact, Chiyu did not know that when he was controlling his mental strength to help everyone absorb the energy in the icy spring, he had subconsciously shielded the energy in the icy spring that was not suitable for everyone to absorb and slowly transformed it in his body. The energy in the icy spring was extremely cold, so it was naturally not easy for everyone to absorb. Therefore, at that time, all the water attribute, thundercloud force in the icy spring was naturally kept in his body. Otherwise, Qilin would need an enormous amount of energy to advance from 7 clouds to 8 clouds. How could it be completed in a single night? A faint light flickered, and Chiyu's body turned into a faint ice blue color, just like when Snow Girl used her energy. The water thundercloud force circulated, and everything in his body became very comfortable. Slowly standing up, Chiyu looked to the west. In the west of the capital was Tianxiang Mountain. He had been there more than once, but he did not expect Ling'er to choose that place again. Even now, Chiyu had not completely recovered from the shock of Ling'er's identity. Satan's daughter, the daughter of the legendary Great Devil King of Hell. From Ling'er's words, it was clear that her strength was definitely above that of the Great Devil King. The 3 Great Devil Kings had once left an extremely deep impression on Chiyu. However, he was not afraid. At that time, he mainly relied on the Shenyuan sword and the 1,000 changes Xuanji realm technique. However, it was different now. With these 2 powerful abilities, he already had the starry crimson golden armor. That kind of amplification was not the same as before. In addition, his strength had truly increased to the 7 cloud level. Even if he were to face the three dread lords again, Chi Yu would not have the slightest bit of fear. Although Langere had a very high opinion of Chi Yu, there was still a certain gap between her and his true strength. This was also the biggest thing that Chi Yu relied on. Opening the window, Chi Yu took a deep breath of the cool evening air and floated up into the night sky. Just as he left, a limousine drove into the Dragon Field courtyard. Perhaps it was a joke from the heavens. Chi Yu and his family of three missed out once again. And this miss was not something that could be seen in a day or two. Chi Yu did not know that Chi Tianlei and his wife had completely acknowledged him and were thinking of ways to make up for what they owed him. At this moment, his heart was heavy. In today's battle, he not only represented himself, but also the entire Eastern Guardian. He absolutely could not lose. Otherwise, if he failed, he would be destroyed by Langere. In the future, who in the East could lead everyone to face the challenge from hell? A faint divine light shone from Chi Yu's eyes. He did not use Kirin's mutation. Instead, he released the golden-winged eagle's wings on his back. Under the effect of Kirin's concealment, he flew at a speed of 90,000 miles and headed towards Tianxiang Mountain. Right now, it was very important for him to save even a little bit of energy. Although the capital was huge, with Chi Yu's ability to fly across continents, he arrived above Tianxiang Mountain in less than a minute. Langere stood quietly at the top of Tianxiang Mountain's Ghost Worry Peak. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. As a famous tourist spot in the capital, there were no more tourists. Even the staff had already gone home to rest. Tao Taro National Day Special Update. Chapter 244. Floating in the air, Chi Yu saw Langere. Today, Langere's attire was completely different. She was wearing a pink gauze dress, which outlined her perfect figure under the mountain breeze. Looking at Langere's calm expression, Chi Yu could not help but recall the first time he met her. Langere's body was full of extreme temptation. Chi Yu was not a saint. That kind of intense stimulation had always left a deep impression in his mind. If not for so many things that happened later, he would have really saved Langere at the Dark Parliament. Satan's daughter, it was really an incredible thing. Chi Yu naturally did not know how Langere came to this world. However, he was sure that the West was about to undergo a huge change. Athena's divine power had been completely inherited by Yamu, and Satan's daughter had appeared in the human world. He was afraid that the West would not be peaceful soon. In comparison, the East was much better. At least, the troubles that he encountered were during the ancient behemoth era, not in the modern world. He didn't know why, but when he thought of this, he suddenly had a bad feeling, as if something would happen in the near future. Langere, who had changed her attire, looked even gentler. Her long pink wavy hair fluttered behind her back. That alluring face would probably make any man's heart beat faster. It was different from the holy aura of Yamu. Langere was full of extreme temptation. Even Chi Yu unconsciously had the thought of keeping her as his exclusive property. However, after so many things, Chi Yu's heart had already become a lot harder. It was not something that could be moved by beauty. He had grown up and was already a real Kirin. Langere slowly raised her head and looked at the sky. Although Chi Yu was under Kirin's invisibility, her seemingly solid gaze was still locked in the direction where Chi Yu was. Chi Yu did not intend to hide anything. Sensing Langere's gaze, he immediately dispelled Kirin's concealment effect and retracted the golden wings on his back. He floated down like a nail and landed 10 meters away from Langere. Langere looked at Chi Yu calmly, her eyes as gentle as water. There were many complicated emotions in her eyes. There was sadness, there was hope, there was also a trace of fear. Although Langere did not say anything, but her big, expressive eyes were already asking Chi Yu for the final result. Gently shaking his head, Chi Yu sighed and said, "I'm sorry." Langere nodded and said, "I understand. Whether it's you humans or us demons, we all have our own ideas. It's not wrong for you to stick to your beliefs. It's a pity that I can't leave such a powerful opponent for my people." Your potential for growth is too great. In time, if you insist on going against us, you will definitely become the most terrifying enemy. That's definitely not what we want to see. So, today I can only destroy you. Destroying possible opponents when cooperation was not possible had always been a common practice in Hell. Lanier was no exception. Since young, she had been influenced by what she saw and heard, and it had long been deeply rooted in the depths of her soul. Chi-Yu looked at Lanier and laughed bitterly. I really don't want to fight you. Even though I hate the Dark Parliament, I still owe you a lot. You saved me before, so it's hard for me to have any real killing intent towards you. Lanier snorted and said, At this time you're actually afraid to fight? Chi-Yu shook his head and said, No, I'm not afraid to fight you. I just don't want to hurt you. What a joke. Lanier laughed. Although her gaze was still gentle, her laughter was filled with coldness. Don't think too highly of yourself. Even if you're an expert from the East, in my eyes, your strength is far from enough. At least for now, you still can't pose a real threat to us. Pink light floated up and dyed Lanier's delicate body, making her look even more dazzling. That gentle gaze, that alluring figure, all of them had a great impact on Chi-Yu's vision. Chi-Yu did not dare to close his eyes, because Lanier was not an ordinary enemy. She had the ability to escape the detection range of his mental power. Taking a deep breath, the golden rock wings on his back retracted into his body. A faint layer of black light rose from Chi-Yu's body. Facing an opponent like Lanier, whose true strength was unknown, he immediately activated his Kirin's origin energy. Feeling Kirin's aura, Lanier took a deep breath. As expected, no wonder the woman who inherited Athena's divine power wanted to harm you. The energy on your body is extremely attractive to both gods and demons. I've heard of a story from the East. The main character of the story is a man called Tang Sing. It is said that eating his flesh will allow one to live forever. And now you're like Tang Sing. Although eating his flesh won't grant you immortality, the extremely pure natural energy on your body is extremely beneficial to both gods and demons. As long as they can absorb the energy on your body, it will be extremely beneficial to both gods and demons. The light in Chi-Yu's eyes became colder. So you're also thinking the same? Lanier snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm that woman? She's just a human. Yet she inherited Athena's divine power. In the end, she's still a human. How could I be the same as her? I have many, many ways to raise my strength. Although your aura is good, but if I am willing to marry you because of that, then you are underestimating me. Lanier, too much. There's no point in saying all this now. Make your move. Let me see what makes you think that you can harm me. Looking at Lanier, Chi-Yu slowly took a step forward. With just one step, his aura had completely changed. At this moment, he was like a sharp sword, the energy on his body combined with the powerful energy undulations. According to the battle method that Emperor Huang had taught him, he formed a huge pressure on Lanier. The extremely sharp energy only surrounded Lanier, but it did not affect the surrounding environment at all. Feeling the aura on Chi-Yu's body, Lanier's expression changed slightly. You're indeed stronger than I expected. In this world, you're indeed an outstanding talent. It's a pity that your energy is still not enough. The pink light slightly spread out. Lanier also slowly took a step forward. The energy on her body slightly contracted in this step. In this short moment, although he was facing Lanier and the pink energy on her body, to Chi-Yu it was as if he was facing a huge black hole. The energy on Lanier's body was not strong, but it was filled with the feeling of being devoured. It was as if the surrounding force field had disappeared, and the energy on her body had become the center of the world. Under the influence of Lanier's black, hole-like energy, Chi-Yu's powerful aura disappeared. In that instant, Chi-Yu's upper body involuntarily leaned forward, and his expression changed. So strong. That was the only feeling that Chi-Yu had. Although they had not made a move, in that instant, he knew that he had already lost to Lung'er. The aura on his body was completely retracted. Lung'er did not follow up with another attack, and Chiyu did not make a move either. The two of them faced each other, emitting a pink and black aura, respectively. "Why don't you make a move?" Lung'er asked calmly. Chiyu sighed and said, "I can't take the initiative to attack you. You should make the first move." Lung'er smiled and looked at him charmingly. "At least you still have some conscience. Chiyu, I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late to regret. Just now, I saw a pair of wings appear on your back when you arrived. It also appeared when you were fighting against the Terror Demon Kings. This means that you have already comprehended the ability to use wings to increase your strength. This is also one of the characteristics that allows you to surpass ordinary people. In the West, whether it is our hell or the so-called gods in the sky, they all have similar abilities. If you are willing to join our hell faction, I can immediately ask my protector to give you another pair of wings. At that time, your strength will be greatly increased. You already have wings, so you should understand the effects of having another pair of wings. Demon wings, and the most basic of demon wings at that. I believe that they will be very useful to you." You looked at Lung'er with some surprise. Although they were currently enemies, Lung'er's words still piqued his interest. He naturally knew about wings. However, this was the first time he had heard that wings could be bestowed. He couldn't help but ask, curiously, "Could it be that you demons can casually bestow wings to your subordinates? If that was the case with your abilities, you wouldn't need my help at all." Lung'er said exasperatedly, "Do you think that's an ability that anyone can casually obtain? Bestow wings can be done by gods and demons. However, it takes a great deal of energy and great damage to one's body in order to do so. Bestow a pair of wings means losing a wing, which is equivalent to losing the power of a wing. You must understand that it is extremely difficult to rely on your own cultivation to raise a wing. It will take a long time. At the same time, when bestow wings, you can only bestow it to someone 2 ranks lower than you. That's why you can only bestow wings to someone who has more than 2 pairs of wings. If I remember correctly, you already have 2 pairs of wings, and my Hell's Angel can bestow wings to you. When that time comes, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Your strength will greatly increase." Hearing Lung'er's words, Chiyu couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lung'er's judgment was wrong, even if he was a 4-winged dreadlord, the ability of her Hell's Angel would be able to reach 8 wings. 8 wings? What kind of concept was that? A 6-winged dreadlord's partial strength was already so terrifying. Lung'er said that her guardian angel came to this world in its complete form and even had 8 wings. This kind of strength was almost unimaginable. Chiyu's eyes flashed. He kept thinking about how he could win today's battle. Lung'er saw that Chiyu was deep in thought, and thought that he was already moved by the increase in strength. After all, some people might not be interested in power, but they would be very happy with the condition of greatly increasing their strength. She was secretly happy, thinking that she had already given Chiyu what he liked, and that it would be effective. This is already the limit of what I can do. Of course, this is only the first help we can give you. If we get married in the future, my father will not mistreat you. I can even beg my father to sacrifice some of his strength to help you become an 8-winger. That way, you'll be second only to one person in hell and above everyone else. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to rule this world? Think about it carefully. Even if you want to destroy a city, you will only need to wave your hand. Isn't this enough to show the sincerity of hell? To be honest, Chiyu was a little tempted to let the great Satan bestow him with great strength. After all, even he didn't know what kind of ability he should have. Although Kirin was the most important, ever since he obtained the source of nature, his ability was no longer just Kirin. The energy brought by the Shen Yuan sword had greatly changed his overall strength. At this moment, he was like a hybrid, a powerful hybrid. If he could also get the power of hell, his strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. 8 wings was indeed what Chiyu yearned for, but unfortunately he couldn't pay that price. Langere, to be honest, I also want that kind of strength, but I can't go against my heart. I can't give up everything I have now, just to improve my strength, Chiyu said calmly. Langere said disapprovingly, That's very simple. What do you have now? It won't take long. Give me a day, and I can completely destroy everything you have now. No, Chiyu roared. Does hell only know how to destroy? If that's the case, we can only be mortal enemies. Why do I hate Yamu and the Vatican so much? It's because they hurt my family. You can threaten me, or even kill me. But if you threaten my family, then you will face an enemy who will do whatever it takes, regardless of the consequences, and by hook or by crook. When Chiyu uttered the last 3 words, his voice was filled with a cold and stern aura. Even Langere, the daughter of the great demon king, could not help but be frightened by his cold and stern voice. All right. I've already told you so much. You can decide now. Don't give me any reasons. Chiyu, do you know that I've lost my patience with you? The pink light on Langere's body fluctuated, and she took another step towards the money. This time, Chiyu didn't think anymore and immediately replied, There's no need to think. I've already given you the answer yesterday. It's impossible for us to cooperate because we're not the same kind of people and we're not on the same side. Although there are certain differences between the East and the West, but I can't betray my faith. Langere said angrily, Faith? What's your faith? Believe it or not. I've even destroyed your faith. Chiyu smiled and said, That's very simple. My faith is my own heart. No matter what I do, I have a clear conscience. That's enough for me. Langere looked at Chiyu and was stunned for a moment. My own heart? That counts as faith? Good. Chiyu, looks like you're not willing to give yourself a chance. I've already said so much, but you're still so stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The pink light became stronger than ever, and Langere's wavy hair flowed behind her, forming a pink disk at the back of her head. An enormous energy aura surged towards Chiyu in an earth-shattering manner. It was different from the aura that Chiyu was emitting. Langere was not only emitting pressure from her aura, but also energy interference. All sorts of negative emotions filled her huge energy aura, suppressing Chiyu with all her might. As the Princess of Hell, she had been rejected by Chiyu many times, and at this time she was really angry. Under the powerful pressure from Langere, Chiyu could not help but feel angry. Chiyu had no choice. The black Kirin armor appeared along with the energy fluctuations on his body, and the black and silver Kirin shadow appeared behind him. Clouds gathered in the air, and a huge energy fluctuation enveloped Chiyu's body. No matter how much pressure Langere brought, he was completely enveloped in the energy of his Kirin armor. A faint light flickered, and Chiyu's eyes shone brightly. His body floated backwards, and his hands crossed in front of his chest. The huge Kirin energy suddenly rose. A ray of silver light shone from his right arm. The Qilin arm was his most powerful weapon. With an angry snort, Lung air pointed forward with her right hand. Pink energy condensed into ribbons the width of a palm and spread out in all directions. When the pink ribbons reached a certain size, they suddenly enveloped Chiyu's body. In front of such an attack, Chiyu had no chance of dodging. A silver light shone, and with the support of the energy of the Kirin arm, the Kirin illusion appeared. In order to deal with the opponent's attack, the Kirin illusion turned into a long sword. Different from the Shenyuan sword, the long sword that Chiyu transformed was about 5 meters long, and the blade was not wide, only about 2 fingers wide. The silver light flickered, and the surging energy suddenly burst out along with the Kirin shadow. Silver light shone in all directions, and Chiyu moved. Stepping on the Qilin, Chiyu's illusory figure constantly flickered on the spot. Due to his extreme speed, it was as if countless Chiyus had appeared on the mountain top. Rays of silver light shot out from the Qilin's illusory body. Within the faint rays of light, pink energy was constantly brought up. Although it did not cause any destruction, Leng Er's attacks were unable to control Qiyu. The battle began in the form of energy contact between the two sides. Leng Er stood still, but the pink energy she emitted was extremely agile. Every time the faint pink light fluctuated, it would entangle the body of Qiyu from different directions. More pink energy was covering the entire space, and the range of Qiyu's movement was as small as possible. The faint light flickered, and Qiyu could clearly feel a strange energy fluctuation in the pink energy she emitted. Just like the black hole from before, as long as the Kirin illusion in his hand came into contact with the pink light, a strong suction force would appear, trying to absorb his energy. However, under the effect of the natural source, Qiyu's energy had already condensed to the extreme. It was definitely not an easy task to absorb such a dense energy. Moreover, when Qiyu first felt this suction force, he was very careful. Kirin illusion was once the strongest treasure in Kirin's octagon, and its energy was very special. Therefore, after the battle began, although Qiyu was being suppressed by Leng Er's attacks, he was not at a disadvantage. The pink energy dyed the surrounding darkness, and Leng Er's eyes were already shining like two pink diamonds, shining brightly. The aura she emitted was completely different, and the gentleness in her eyes had disappeared. In her anger, the great power from the hellish realm was gradually revealed. Qiyu's situation was getting worse and worse. Under the continuous energy emitted by Leng Er, the space around him had been compressed to less than 10 square meters. The pink light was filled with suction force, and Qiyu did not dare to touch it with his body. Moreover, the pink light was very tough. Although Kirin illusion was very sharp, it was extremely difficult to cut off the energy fluctuations. The pink light seemed to have the ability to remember. Once it was pierced by Kirin illusion, it would immediately link together and attack Qiyu. Therefore, after a few attempts, Qiyu could only choose to use the collapse technique to deflect the pink energy. Therefore, after a few attempts, Qiyu could only choose to use the collapse technique to deflect the pink energy. Both of them were probing each other. Because they were not familiar with each other, they did not use their full strength at the start of the battle. At the very least, they wanted to probe each other's energy characteristics before launching a powerful attack. That was the best choice. The huge energy fluctuations caused the sand and stones on the Tianxiang mountain to fly. However, there was an advantage to fighting at their level, and that was because they could compress their energy to the extreme, so not a single bit of it would be wasted. Both of their mental power would only be locked onto their opponent, so the battle had not caused any damage to the Tianxiang mountain. After a short exchange, whether it was Qiyu or Leng Er, they could not help but secretly praise each other. It was not only a collision of energy, but also a display of skills. Whether it was Leng Er's control of the pink light or Qiyu's ingenious defense, both of them had rich combat experience. Retract! Leng Er suddenly shouted, and the pink light began its final attack. All the pink light suddenly converged towards the center, and the huge energy aura doubled again. This compressed the space that Qiyu could move in. At this moment, Qiyu had no way to retreat. Under such an omnidirectional attack, he had no way of escaping in any direction. What should I do? Should I rely on my energy to fight? That was not Qiyu's choice. Qiyu had fought against all kinds of opponents many times. He was a true battle-hardened veteran. Facing Leng Er's sudden all-out attack, he was already prepared. Light flashed, and Leng Er was surprised to find that Qiyu's figure had disappeared. It was not the effect of invisibility, but Qiyu had really disappeared. The pink energy collided in the air with a PU sound. Leng Er's control over her energy could be said to be at the pinnacle of perfection. She did not waste any of her energy. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately retracted her energy, minimizing the consumption of her energy. The pink band of light instantly returned to her side, completely protecting her delicate body in case Chi-Yu suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. However, this time Ling'er was a little too careful. Chi-Yu did not attack her at all. When the pink light was withdrawn by Ling'er, Chi-Yu's figure appeared again, in the place where he had just disappeared. It turned out that in the face of Ling'er's omnidirectional attack, Chi-Yu thought of a good way. When the all-out attack was launched, Chi-Yu relied on his tyrannical strength and the energy of Kirin's origin to forcibly break the ground under his feet, causing his body to sink directly, just in time to avoid Ling'er's attack. Of course, he did not hope that this would cause Ling'er to panic and create an opportunity to attack. He only hoped that such a sudden change would cause Ling'er to consume more energy due to the collision. From the beginning of the battle, Chi-Yu had already felt that although Ling'er was very strong and her energy was extremely strange, it seemed that her strength was not much stronger than his. Of course, it was because she did not use her full strength, but Chi-Yu was still very confident in his estimation. At their level, if there was no way to win a battle by surprise, then it would be a battle of attrition. The one who could make the opponent consume more energy would have a higher chance of winning in the end. Chi-Yu had a very high opinion of Ling'er, but he was also very confident in his own strength. Perhaps Ling'er's ability was indeed stronger than his, but he had an advantage that Ling'er did not have, and that was the ability to recover. With the help of the origin of nature, he could absorb a large amount of energy from the air in a short period of time to replenish his body. In this case, the consumption would naturally be much smaller. Did Ling'er have such an ability? Even if she did, it would not be comparable to his origin of nature. Chi-Yu did not want to hurt Ling'er, so from the beginning of the battle, he had already decided to fight a battle of attrition. As long as he could exhaust Ling'er's energy, then he would naturally win, and he would not hurt Ling'er. This was obviously the ending that he wanted to see the most. However, would Ling'er let him have such an ending? Seeing that Chi-Yu had reappeared, the intelligent Ling'er immediately understood what had happened. She coldly snorted and said, "How cunning!" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. In a battle, I have always advocated using all means possible, as long as I can obtain the final victory. What's wrong with being a little cunning?" At this point, he could not help but feel a little more confident as he looked at Ling'er. Ling'er snorted disdainfully and said, "Do you think that you can defeat me with this little bit of cleverness? Just wait and see." As she said that, her delicate body suddenly floated forward, and the pink light in her eyes suddenly disappeared, returning to her previous gentle look. She smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. That gaze was full of charm, and Chi-Yu could not help but be stunned. In that instant, Ling'er had already made her move, but this time she did not use energy attacks. When Chi-Yu was charmed by her gaze, Ling'er's delicate body suddenly disappeared. Even Klinsmann could use instant transmission, so how could she not? With a flash of light, Ling'er had already appeared behind Chi-Yu out of thin air, and a pair of slender hands quietly pressed towards Chi-Yu's back. When Ling'er's figure disappeared, Chi-Yu had already reacted. His body subconsciously rushed forward, and at the same time his left hand was behind his back. In an instant, black and silver light condensed, and the Kirin mirror that had recovered from his origin energy appeared. Its smooth surface met Ling'er's attack. A huge wave of energy appeared in the collision. Chi-Yu let out a muffled groan, and his body shot forward like a cannonball into the air. Ling'er was shocked to find that there was an extremely strong rebounding force on the Kirin mirror. Although her palms had already pressed against the mirror, most of the force was dissipated by a rotating energy. At the same time, under the effect of the Kirin mirror's origin energy, the rebounding force produced by the Kirin mirror had also caused a certain impact on her body. Tao Taro immediately uploaded an update. Chapter 245. A faint light flickered, and Chi-Yu's eyes shone with a tyrannical light. The energy that Ling'er had injected into his body was very special, as though she had injected a vacuum. Although most of it had been neutralized, there was still about 10% of it that had invaded his meridians. The moment that vacuum-like energy entered Qi Yu's body, it did not immediately begin to destroy him. Instead, it frantically absorbed his own energy. Feeling the change in this energy, Qi Yu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He understood that if he allowed this vacuum-like energy to absorb enough of his energy, then the next thing that would happen would be an explosion. If such a huge amount of energy exploded in his body, the destructive effect would be self-evident, and it was something that Qi Yu could not withstand. Fortunately, he had already neutralized most of the attack, and the moment he felt that something was wrong, he immediately used the energy of the Xianyuan sword in his body to directly destroy the vacuum. However, in that instant, the energy advantage that Qi Yu had obtained through trickery was completely gone. Floating in midair, Qi Yu turned around to look at Lang'er and could not help but say, "Didn't you also use trickery? And you were talking about me just now." Lang'er looked at Qi Yu in midair and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a battle of life and death? Why did it feel like the two of them were a couple exchanging pointers? There was no tension at all, and instead it was very relaxed. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Qi Yu. "What do you mean by trickery? This is called strength, all right?" Qi Yu laughed. "Yes, to you it's called strength. To me it's called trickery. All right." Lang'er floated up, and in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Qi Yu. "What are you laughing at? I'm going to kill you. Have you forgotten?" Qi Yu smiled bitterly. "How could I forget? I'm not an idiot. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But I can't guarantee that I won't run away." Lang'er's long-lost hooligan habits resurfaced, and her angry look was so cute no matter how one looked at it. Looking at Qi Yu, Lang'er knew. If this continued, she would not be able to make up her mind to destroy Qi Yu. This hateful fellow had actually caused the killing intent that she had painstakingly gathered to dissipate. Was she going to let him go just like that? No, she could not. At this moment, Lang'er could not help but remember what her father had said. The pink light in her beautiful eyes became stronger again. She shouted in a low voice, and pink light shone from her hands at the same time. It was no longer the pink ribbons from before, but 2 pink sharp blades. Devil Kiss, one of them 1, 1, and 1. Once you are hit by the Devil's Kiss, your life will be completely devoured and transferred into my body. Qi Yu, I will not be lenient. Lang'er shouted, the sharp blades in her hands already vibrating rapidly. Dozens of light figures enveloped Qi Yu's body, the huge energy light bringing a pink temptation to the dark sky. Qi Yu's heart shivered. Devil's Kiss, just hearing this name, he knew how powerful this magic tool was. Kirin's phantom transformed into a spear in her hand. Lang'er's Devil's Kiss had a very unique appearance. It was neither a saber nor a sword, but a pink handguard that covered Lang'er's hand. The blade was about 1 foot long, with 3 arcs that glowed with a pink light. Although Lang'er could not see the blade, the moment it appeared in her hand, she could feel a cold energy seal around her body. Clearly, it had some kind of special ability. A faint light flashed in Qi Yu's eyes, and his body quickly floated backwards. The Devil's Kiss seemed to be able to lock down ordinary weapons, so Kirin had already turned into a long red spear in his hand. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Since his opponent was using a short weapon, then he would use a long weapon to restrain him. With a shake of his right hand, Kirin brought with it a wave of red light that scattered towards his opponent. At this moment, Qi Yu was completely immersed in his spear, and the energy of his attack also changed. Kirin's true fire condensed on the tip of the spear, and a dark red spear light that was about 3 inches long burst out. Although Kirin's true fire was not very strong, the 3-inch spear light was no different from a real body. The tyrannical energy brought with it a rapidly rising temperature, and it quickly collided with the Devil's Kiss in Lang'er's hand. A dense burst of energy rang out, and the battle between Chi-Yu and Lung Er had begun once again. Lung Er's body was constantly flashing. Previously, when Klinsmann used teleportation, he would immediately attack after a single teleportation. But Lung Er did not do that. Her body was constantly flashing, and she did not use any footwork to speak of. However, every time she flashed, she would appear in a different position. Before Chi-Yu could block, she would already appear in a different position. Every time she appeared, her posture would also be different. Most of the time, when Lung Er appeared, it was as if Chi-Yu's body had voluntarily moved forward. If not for the fact that Kirin's swim was amazing enough, he would have been hit by Lung Er's continuous short-distance teleportation. Rich combat experience allowed Chi-Yu to always be able to shake off his spear at the last moment, just in time to block the attack of the Devil's Kiss. He realized that the Devil's Kiss was clearly the most suitable weapon for Lung Er. This was because every time Lung Er's tyrannical strength exploded, the Devil's Kiss would come into contact with his Kirin's illusion. The suction force would suddenly increase, and with the enhancement of the Devil's Kiss, the suction force would be at least 3 times stronger than before. Under such circumstances, Chi-Yu had no choice but to focus on protecting his energy. The spear in his hand danced in an airtight manner, and the area within a 3-zhang radius was filled with countless red shadows and the enormous energy of the Kirin's true fire. This prevented Lung Er from breaking through his defense in a short period of time. The effect of the Devil's Kiss was too strong. Chi-Yu knew that if the battle continued like this, his consumption would definitely be much greater than Lung Er's. Even if he recovered faster than her, the battle would still enter a stalemate, which was disadvantageous to him. Lung Er was also surprised by Chi-Yu's combat ability. The defense he displayed did not have any techniques to speak of, and it was all about speed. Moreover, his body coordination was excellent, and he could always swing the spear in his hand in the most dangerous moment to block the attack of the Devil's Kiss. This kind of situation made Lung Er feel a little uncomfortable. It must be known that in the process of constantly teleporting, she also consumed a certain amount of energy. On the surface, it looked like she was in a state of full attack, but she did not really have the upper hand. At this point in the battle, Lung Er was already a little impatient. Using the mental cultivation method from Hell, she forcefully suppressed her favorable impression of Chi-Yu and wholeheartedly focused on the battle. The Devil's Kiss suddenly disappeared, and her figure floated back. The 2 sharp blades were exchanged in one hand. Lung Er's change immediately made Chi-Yu feel his body become lighter. Seeing her like this, Chi-Yu thought that Lung Er was going to say something again, so he put the spear in his hand behind his back and looked at her. However, Lung Er's next action immediately made him nervous. The 2 blades were exchanged in her left hand, and Lung Er's right hand opened up to the sky. Her palm moved slightly, and suddenly a black stream of air appeared in the shape of a vortex in the center of her palm. The huge energy aura continued to rise, and the black stream of air was like a small tornado, constantly expanding. Chi-Yu could clearly feel that the aura on Lung Er's body had changed. He knew that in a situation where she could not gain the upper hand with her moves, Lung Er had already started to use energy attacks again. Energy attacks were undoubtedly more dangerous, and the consumption was also greater. But at this moment, Chi-Yu could clearly feel that the energy Lung Er used did not seem to belong to her, but was instead filled with the negative aura of heaven and earth. The huge energy became more and more terrifying, and the pink eyes had already lost all signs of life, so calm that it was a little scary. Staring fixedly at Chi-Yu, the aura that had locked onto his body was like a thorn in Chi-Yu's back, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chi-Yu did not move. At this moment, he knew that he could not rashly launch an attack. Lung Er's aura was completely locked onto him. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will move, and a destructive attack would immediately come. After all, the 2 of them were fighting for the first time. so they were not familiar with each other. Qi Yu also did not know what ability Lung Air was going to use, but at this moment he felt a little strange, so he did not dare to be careless. Kirin returned to his body and floated in the air. Qi Yu began the second stage of Kirin's origin mutation. Now he needed more power to give himself more opportunities to adapt. A huge light shadow of Kirin appeared, emitting a strong light. It had a black body, silver fur, and a two-colored horn on its head, all of which exuded a tyrannical aura of a king of Kirin. After the shadow of Kirin appeared, it instantly rushed to where Qi Yu was, completely wrapped around him, and began to fuse with him. The black scales quickly changed, and the original single layer of scales turned into 3 layers of composite scales, layer by layer, protecting each other. The whole body suddenly swelled up, and then a pair of black Kirin wings instantly rushed out from the scales, spreading to both sides of its body. The Kirin pearl on its chest seemed to have swelled up a little, and the entire Kirin pearl had completely turned silver. On the black Kirin armor, it was particularly eye-catching. The silver halo expanded outwards like a breastplate. The Kirin armor on its shoulder also turned into 3 layers, layer by layer, extending downwards. At the same time, a circle of special-shaped scales stood up on Qi Yu's neck, like the collar of a shirt, protecting his neck. The original silver patterns on Kirin's arm gradually expanded, and a completely silver picture of Kirin appeared on his right arm. The position of the picture of Kirin's head was right between his thumb and index finger, and layers of twisted light constantly surrounded Qi Yu's arm, trembling slightly. The black wings formed by the condensed black scales gently flapped on its back. Covered in the Kirin armor, Qi Yu's figure looked even more burly than before. The long silver hair on his head fluttered in the wind, and under the influence of his aura, he quietly floated there, waiting for Ling'er to attack him. At this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Ling'er's face. Without any warning, the black tornado on her hand suddenly disappeared, and the huge energy aura that had gathered earlier disappeared in an instant, causing a feeling of a vacuum to appear in the air. Qi Yu's aura and spiritual power were completely focused on the tornado, and when the tornado suddenly disappeared, his body could not help but tremble. Under the influence of the aura, his body uncontrollably lunged towards Ling'er, and he felt as if the energy in his body was about to be extracted. Although he forcibly controlled it, the pain at that moment made Qi Yu roar. The thundercloud force in his body was completely disrupted by this sudden change, and all kinds of energy were no longer flowing smoothly. The energy aura in his body suddenly became complicated, as if it could change at any time. Ling'er did not move. She just stood there quietly, a strange expression on her face. Seeing Qi Yu's figure lunging towards her, she separated her hands, and the devil's kiss in her hands merged into one. Under the cover of the pink light, a pink long sword appeared in her hands. She swung the long sword upwards, and suddenly a pink crescent slash cut through the air. The sound of the air being torn was so ear-piercing that it not only tore through the air, but also seemed to tear through the entire space. Qi Yu clearly felt a huge pressure on both sides of his body, squeezing his body. Although it was not to the extent that he could not move, his speed was greatly restricted. The pink crescent slash reached him in almost an instant, and the tyrannical energy undulations and the strange energy aura that was like a black hole caused him to spit out blood. At this moment, Qi Yu knew that he could no longer hold back, or else he would end up in a miserable state. The energy in his body was in a chaotic state, and at this moment he could not even use 50% of his strength. If he allowed Ling'er's attack to reach him, then even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. The energy in his body flowed, and Qi Yu's body suddenly turned in mid-air. The black wings on his back suddenly spread open, forcibly reducing the speed of his forward flight by more than half, causing his body to stop for a moment. At the same time, a silver light shone, followed by a surging golden light. The golden light flashed, using its own energy. updated by Tao Taro. With the help of the energy that Chiyu barely gathered, it brought along a golden light and met the pink crescent slash head-on. The energy of the Devil's Kiss was extremely terrifying. Once it encountered an energy collision, it would first devour as much energy as possible in an instant, and then break through it. It also had the support of Hell's Princess Lingere's energy, so it could naturally display a greater effect. However, there was still a limit to its devouring ability. When the pink energy met the incomparably sharp golden light, there was an ear-piercing sound of friction in midair. Then, the golden light and the pink light slid past each other. The pink light had already split into two, drifting away from both sides of Chiyu's body. However, the golden light still surged out in its original path. In terms of sharpness, how could it compare to the Xianyuan sword? Yes, at this critical moment, Chiyu finally took out his godly weapon. However, because the energy released by the Xianyuan sword was blocked, it could not lock onto Lingere's body. However, this was also what Chiyu wanted to see. With a teleportation, Lingere had already escaped from the energy released by the Xianyuan sword. A faint light flickered. Holding the Xianyuan sword in his right hand, Chiyu quietly looked at Lingere, who appeared not far away. Perhaps because the sharp aura of the Xianyuan sword scared her, after Lingere used teleportation to appear, she did not chase after Chiyu. Instead, she appeared in the air tens of meters away from him. A pair of beautiful eyes stared firmly at the Xianyuan sword in Chiyu's hand. Chiyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect Lingere to have such a variety of tactics. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "How did you do it? How could you suddenly make such a large amount of energy disappear? Moreover, it produced a gravitational field, causing my body to unconsciously move closer to you." Lingere looked at Chiyu in a daze. She obviously did not expect that under such circumstances, Chiyu could actually escape from the range of her energy control so quickly. Not only that, he could even launch a counterattack against her. One had to know that among the enemies she had fought in the past, every time she used this fighting method, most of the enemies would vomit blood without her attack. Coupled with the sharpness of her Devil's Kiss, the battle could be directly ended, because that was not real energy at all. Chiyu, it seems that I really have to look at you in a different light. Under such circumstances, you were still able to break free from my energy shroud. You can be my opponent. Lingere looked at the Xianyuan sword in Chiyu's hand. Although Chiyu did not say it, she had seen this divine sword appear a few times. She understood that it must be a super divine weapon that belonged to the East. Otherwise, it would not have been able to deal with the sure kill attack of her Devil's Kiss in such a way. In fact, Chiyu knew his difficulties. Although he seemed to have easily solved the problem at the critical moment, it was not easy for him to deal with it in this world. The energy in his body was misused, causing him to have to use a large amount of spiritual power to regain control of the energy. And the moment he lost control just now, his body had already suffered a certain amount of damage. And the intense stimulation could only be withstood by his body with the source of nature. If it was someone else, the result would indeed be the same as Lingere expected. The meridians that had been fully modified by the energy of nature reflected the best effect at this time, so he could maintain his calm on the surface. At the very least, Lingere could not see that his internal condition was actually very bad just by looking at it with her eyes. So that's how it is. However, you are indeed very powerful to be able to make the mimicry energy so realistic. Even I could not see it. You could not help but sigh. In terms of the use of energy, Lingere was even better than him. Lingere said indifferently, "That's because you do not understand the characteristics of our ability in the infernal realm. When I attacked you just now, the energy I used was not completely mimicry. In fact, it's not completely a mimicry. A small part of it is formed by directly absorbing the various negative energies of your world. Under the control of my own energy, I can make it attack you, but I can also make it suddenly dissipate, creating a feeling of weightlessness for you." Chiyu nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Lang'er, do you think there's a point in us fighting like this? Although we are fated to not be partners, I am very willing to treat you as a friend." A trace of anger appeared in Lang'er's eyes. Hearing Chiyu's words, she could not help but think of the scene when she was rejected. "If we are not husband and wife, then we are enemies. Stop talking nonsense, take this." Lang'er moved again. This time, what Chiyu saw was a long line of afterimages. With the experience of fighting her before, Chiyu knew that Lang'er's strength was far greater than he had imagined. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing the afterimages coming towards him, he quickly raised the Xianyuan sword in front of him. He didn't launch an attack, but the energy of the Qilin's origin surged into the Xianyuan sword. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp aura poured out of the Xianyuan sword, and the enormous energy aura immediately caused the afterimage that was coming at him to stagnate. That was the Xianyuan sword, the most offensive ancient divine weapon of the East, the Xianyuan sword. Lang'er raised the devil's kiss in her hand, and all the afterimages suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, her body appeared beside Chiyu, the devil's kiss carrying a 3-foot-long pink light slashing towards Chiyu's shoulder. Chiyu did not move at first. Hesitating about Lang'er's teleportation ability, he could only choose to stay still. Although this was relatively passive, Chiyu believed that with his quick reaction ability, he could still deal with it. The source of nature was indeed the power of nature, and Chiyu had just raised his water thundercloud force to the 8-cloud level before coming here. His self-healing ability was almost unparalleled. Although the energy in his body was consumed due to the collision between the two special abilities, with the fusion of these two special abilities, his meridians had completely recovered under the nourishment, and the energy in his body had also returned to its original position. Kirin's 2 plums behind him quickly absorbed the energy molecules in the air, quickly replenishing the energy consumed by Chiyu. Because Lang'er used her full strength in anger, the suction force of the devil's kiss increased a little, causing Chiyu's body to involuntarily tilt. This caused the time it took for the devil's kiss to slash his body to become shorter. This time, Chiyu did not dodge. He also wanted to test whether the divine weapon from the hell world was stronger, or the divine weapon from the east was sharper. He used the power of his fingers and wrists. When he felt the devil's kiss approaching, he unhesitatingly placed the Xianyuan sword on his shoulder, and the huge Xianyuan sword directly welcomed the devil's kiss. With a crisp sound, Chiyu and Lang'er's bodies froze in an instant, and the huge energy completely fixed their bodies in place. The pink light flickered like a snake, and it also let out a strange sound, as if it was attracted by lightning. The Xianyuan sword and the demon's kiss were quite different in terms of size. The golden sword released a surging light, while the demon's kiss had already become somewhat dark between the pink light. The huge energy aura was able to confront the Xianyuan sword. This proved that the devil's kiss was indeed powerful. But Lang'er's heart ached to see her most beloved devil's kiss. At this moment, a third of the devil's kiss had already been pierced by Chiyu's long sword. The golden light spread from the gap, and the incomparably sharp energy passed through the devil's kiss, causing Lang'er to unconsciously feel as if she was about to be cut off. The mana in her body circulated at a high speed, but it could not completely neutralize the powerful sharpness. What kind of sword was that? Not only was it huge, but its attack power was also so abnormal. Even his devil's kiss was damaged by its attack. Chiyu's Xianyuan sword suddenly trembled, and the blade turned, producing a powerful force that shook Lang'er's delicate body. After this confrontation, he could not help but feel relieved. After all, in terms of quality, the Xianyuan sword was more powerful. How could something from hell compare to the Xianyuan sword that was condensed from the energy of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees? Lang'er looked down at her devil's kiss. If it was a normal injury, it wouldn't have been a problem. Perhaps with her powerful strength, she would be able to repair the devil's kiss after a certain period of time. But at this moment, although the devil's kiss was separated from the Xianyuan sword, the gap was still flickering with golden light. This could only prove one thing. The sharpness of the Xianyuan sword had already damaged the soul of the devil's kiss. Although it did not mean that it could not be repaired, it was easier said than done. A powerful aura surged continuously. This time, Langere was truly angry. When she was young, when she just started cultivating, Satan gave this devil's kiss to her. In a sense, the reason why Langere could have her current strength was because the devil's kiss had a great influence on her. This could be seen from the fact that the characteristics of the energy she possessed were very similar to the devil's kiss. In Langere's heart, the devil's kiss was her best friend and companion. No matter what, it would always accompany her quietly. However, just now, her devil's kiss was actually damaged by Chiyu, and it was an extremely heavy injury. Such a blow, coupled with Chiyu's repeated rejections, caused Langere's emotions that truly belonged to hell to appear in her heart. She did not say anything, but the cold glint in her eyes told Chiyu many things. A layer of cold light appeared in her pink eyes, and a black aura appeared behind Langere. As it expanded rapidly, it became like a black hole, and incomparably a huge amount of energy surged towards Langere's body. The energy that was full of evil aura made Chiyu's heart sink. At this moment, Langere's body began to change. The first thing that changed was the long pink hair on her head. It wasn't her hair that changed, but on top of Langere's head, two small curved horns grew on both sides, which looked very cute. The pink light in her eyes became deeper than before. Although it was not the terrifying blood-red color at this moment, it was easy to associate it with bloodthirstiness. A huge amount of dark energy continued to condense in her body, and Langere's demon physique also revealed itself at this time. A pair of black wings spread out behind her, and the dazzling black light had a layer of purple aura at the edge, allowing Chiyu to see it clearly in the darkness. The appearance of the pair of wings immediately caused Langere's aura to change dramatically. Her delicate body seemed to become more slender, and her entire body was constantly enlarging according to the proportion. Her height actually expanded from about 1.7 meters to nearly 2.5 meters. Although this did not affect her beauty, the pressure that it brought to Chiyu was completely different. Immediately afterward, along with the appearance of the first pair of wings, a second pair of the same wings also appeared quietly. A huge amount of dark energy caused a circle of purple ripples to appear around the circular black hole behind her. Langere slowly closed her eyes, and a trace of enjoyment appeared on her pretty face. She seemed to like this dark energy very much. Under the influence of the huge energy, a tyrannical light appeared in Langere's eyes. She looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The 4 wings on her back completely spread out, and under the 4 wings that had already appeared, 2 more wings instantly appeared. 6 black wings completely revealed the purest dark energy. Compared to the terrifying Demon King, the aura that her 6 wings gave Chiyu was different. With these 6 wings, Langere's strength seemed to have doubled in an instant, and the demon's kiss in her hand also turned black under the effect of the 6 wings on her back. The huge energy aura quickly condensed, and the black hole behind her gradually disappeared. However, the 6-winged Langere's gaze towards Chiyu was completely different. There was even a trace of a cruel light at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Chiyu. Suddenly, something occurred to Chiyu. The feeling that Langere gave him now was very familiar. With a flash of inspiration, he understood why this feeling was so familiar to him. He blurted out, "Demonization." Langere looked at Chiyu coldly, and the light in her eyes was completely bloodthirsty. Yes, at the same time that the 6-winged wings appeared, she reached the state of demonization due to the anger in her heart. As an expert of the Hell faction, her demonization was completely different from Chiyu's demonization. Chiyu's demonization would cause his mentality to lose balance, and his brain would also become sluggish. He only wanted to completely destroy the enemy in front of him. Tautaro's speed update